Being 7 o'clock, if I could have a motion to accept the agenda for this Selectmen's meeting on April 11th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
March 11th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Close enough.
All right. Are there any walk-ins tonight? Nope. Not seeing any. Okay. Those are the report from the town administrator.
Thank you. I'll be brief. First item that I want to report to the board on is that we received our first payment for the library project from the state last week, actually on February 26th. That first payment was $997,000, and that money will go toward initially paying the services of the owner's project manager, the OPM, for the library project. We opened bids for that, the OPM a few weeks ago, and the Public Building Commission interviewed, selected the ones to interview last week. We got 15 proposals for that. Wow. That's been shortlisted to 3, I believe, and I will be meeting with them to negotiate a contract. So we already have money, and the project's moving forward. So I wanted to give you an update on that. The Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association, which the town has its insurance with for the past 2 years, came out with its annual report, and I marked with a paperclip that the towns of Scituate and Marshfield are featured in that annual report. We met with the editorial board to discuss emergency response and how you work with insurance companies to itemize damage and also be prepared for emergencies. So Maya represents over 170 communities, so to be selected to be in the annual report after only being with them a few years is pretty commendable, I think.
Could they have used a better picture than the town hall?
Well, we didn't have a choice over that, so.
Okay.
The other thing is, I really want to thank the staff last week when I was away, and Sheila was away for part of the week, for stepping up to the plate. Michelle did a great job, Nancy did a great job, and the next time you meet, we will probably have another person sitting in that seat, so I just want to thank everybody for pulling in since Kim's retirement. It's really appreciated. And I also want to thank the DPW staff for getting us through another winter without tomorrow being an issue. It's been really tough on them this year, and they continue to do a good job. I don't think any of you will dispute that if you go to other communities, our roads are generally in better shape than other communities that you see. So I would just want to thank them. And then finally, just to note that I received an email from Jessica Bartlett early this week. The Globe has laid off all of its town staff who cover localities, so Jessica will not be covering us anymore, and I just want to take this opportunity to publicly thank her, because she was a thorough and balanced reporter who did her homework, and she'll be missed. So that's all I have for my report.
Yeah, I, too, if I can just jump in first, if nobody minds, I appreciate all the efforts everyone did. Nancy, and I know Sheila, and you were stuck out of town, and Chrissy as well.
Chrissy filled in, yeah,
and there are other people too, but everyone, anytime I had a question, they had plenty of time for me, and it was constant communication back and forth. So I too would like to thank everyone involved. John, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, we should send a letter. I thought she was, and this is, thank you to the staff for filling in, number one. Sorry, Sheila, absolutely. And, but also to thank Jessica. She really did a good job. I always thought she was very balanced, and appreciated that. No reflection on you, Ruth, or Patriot Ledger, but it's always nice to have good reporting, so we appreciate it.
Okay, that's all right. Next is 7:05, a discussion of vote for a drain layers renewal license from Jeff Morse.
Move the Board of Selectmen to approve a drain layers license renewal for Jeff Morse for the recommendation of Robert Rowland, DPW Sewer Division Supervisor.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Okay. Moving on to a discussion of vote for the repairs of Cushing Road, more or less in a letter of support. I think Steve Joplin was here, and there's a letter going around for us to sign. Anyone have any questions, comments? Steve's here, so there's Steve in the audience, but pretty straightforward, I think.
Yeah, I think I used to live on that road. I think it needs it, and I think it's a great idea to get it fixed. and I think people should go up there more frequently. As we said last meeting, there's a beautiful state park up there, and the cemetery for Chief Justice Cushing, so, and a lot of walking paths down there by the marshes and little pond back there.
At the discussion last meeting, I watched the whole meeting on YouTube because I was away for family stuff last week. And I think, John, you said it's the smallest state park in the
Yep.
Commonwealth?
It is.
And I just said, oh, that's interesting, and so I spent about a half hour trying to find that out, and I'm pretty sure you're right.
No, that is true.
Yeah, so I say go for it. Nice job.
I think it's there for us to sign. Could I have do I need a motion? I don't have it here.
You move to,
Please, if I could.
I guess, move to send that letter? Move to support it?
Yep.
And a motion, second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great, okay. That's unanimous. Next is a discussion and a vote for the minor activities fee with our conservation agent, Pat. I think Pat was here 2 weeks ago and explained it to us. I don't think it was on our agenda that we could vote it, so we think we just asked him to come back and...
And he was going to speak to Nancy and get all the things set up in terms of how to facilitate it, so.
Which he did.
Okay.
We set up an account number for him, and we've also talked about controls in place for how if he should go out to the premises and issue a permit on site, how he would get paid. And those permits are numbered, and he'll keep a log so that we can check to make sure that the payments match the log. And in no circumstances would he ever take cash unless somebody came into town hall to apply.
Do we want to just, in case people are watching tonight that didn't see it 2 weeks ago, it's basically for storm cleanup and minor repairs of decks and low-impact public works projects, some soil tests, and some space trail maintenance using hand tools. Basically, there's about 10 things that this would be in line for, so.
But it doesn't cover things that would, very importantly, that would, involving wetlands or beaches and stuff like that.
you wanna just
are
read that
considered- No,
list?
it's fine,
All right,
no,
okay,
it's fine,
all
it's
right,
good.
okay,
You
all
know,
right.
so I think it's all fine. I think it's a great idea, it helps streamline the process.
Pat, anything to add?
No, I was just going to say that it was a good idea to have us do a list and to talk about the fees, and that was great. Those good suggestions.
Okay, Frank, do you have this
I do.
list? Okay.
Yeah,
Frank's our
so
chairman.
it does involve beaches a little bit, Rick, but
A little
with
bit.
regard to storm cleanup.
Yeah.
and allowing people to put cobble back
Sure.
after a storm, that kind of.
No, that's right, but it-
Not a seawall or a dome.
Yeah, and it's not the scale, I just want to make sure we're not raising expectations of the population, because that could cause a lot of problems for you guys.
Right.
That this is not meaning that Pat can come down, I don't think, and do the snowplow right down Central Ave and all that sort of stuff.
No.
Okay. All right, so I'm fine with it.
Okay, everyone all set?
The other piece was the fee. Did we,
Yeah, we talked about a range, and we talked maybe to encourage people to come in, maybe a lower end of the fee range, 25 to 30, and then someone said maybe we want to do higher to bring in fees to the town. So we're open to suggestions on that.
what we want to encourage is people to come and ask. And that way, we've got a little bit of control, or at least start out. Unfortunately, if they come in and ask and they have a more extensive project, they're going to get the answer. It's going to need an RDA or an NOI. But hopefully for their minor jobs, it'll be something like, oh, we can just do this without, and then Pat will have the opportunity to explain to them what the procedure is or what to stay away from or that kind of thing. So we don't want to discourage them. I say, he's $50, I could.
Then if a neighbor were to call, you know about it, you know? it's-
Right,
you have
right,
something, a
yeah.
piece of paper
Yeah.
on file on what they're...
So what would you like to recommend? 25, 35?
Yeah, I think Hingham did something similar. They were 25 or 30. They've just started this too. and
30, I would think 30 or $35.
Okay, I'm open to that.
So we got the list, you got the system set up, and now we just have to pick the number. So
35.
35 sound good? Move the Board of Selectmen approve a fee of $35 for minor activity permits with the Conservation Commission.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by John. All those in favor?
Aye.
And the hope is if we're accruing some of that money, that maybe next year we can talk to you guys about maybe having a little money back to do some trail maintenance or something like that. What do you think, Teresa?
It's not on the agenda.
It's not on the agenda.
He never gives up. I give him credit for that.
So can we get this on the website so people can see? Great.
Thanks.
Good work, guys.
Okay, moving right along, the next is a vote for a one-day liquor license at the GAR Hall. Is there anyone here to speak on?
Move the board approve the one-day liquor license for the South Shore Seafood Exchange at the GAR Hall on March 28th, 2014, from 5:30 to 9 p.m.
Second.
Motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We're ahead of schedule, I don't think it matters much. Our first review of the budgets. South Shore Regional VOTEC. I saw Jack around here earlier. Mr. Hickey and Jack were at the advisory committee meeting last week. Mr. Hickey's... Thursday. And Mr. Hickey's not here tonight, so...
No.
Jack, you're it,
A
huh?
previous engagement
Okay, that's
of
fine.
the town. Okay, I'm here to officially present our budget.
Okay.
And I think you have a lot of the backup that I sent to you. And the preliminary estimate of Situate's is down almost 0.5%. It'll be 463,751. That's preliminary based on what we're hoping the budget, the House 1 budget will be.
Down slightly last year, 466,730, correct, Jack?
Yeah, 463,751. Last year was 465,730.
Right.
So are there less kids?
Yeah, we're down 2 students.
27, is that correct? Is that what I wrote down somewhere?
Yeah, I think it's,
Okay.
we went from 29 to 27. We at one time had a population of 44. A few years back, but, yeah, we're, last year was 29, this year is 27. I think you all have the 6-year comparison.
Jack, I just had a question that I didn't have all the backup at the advisory committee meeting, but I had a question on the preliminary separate assessments page. I think it's right after,
This page
it's the
here?
second page, yes. And it talks about, you know, the minimum contribution above minimum operating
Oh,
costs.
this one, okay, yeah.
So I know if you go from, you know, obviously I'm looking at Scituate, if you go from left to right, it adds up to the, you know, the total budget of 463,751.
Right.
Can you explain, you know, the minimum, you know, the definitions of the minimum contribution above and operating costs? I know what that is, but I guess the first 2 lines.
The minimum contribution is what is set by the state, basically by population and ability to pay, and that formula that's on the webpage that Dr. Hickey mentioned, if you really had trouble sleeping, you could review. It would definitely put you to sleep, so that's in the
You
state.
still wouldn't understand it probably.
Right, and then above the minimum is based on our regional agreement amongst the 8 towns. There's another formula that they use based on when we signed on back in '65. The percentages are all based in that.
Okay.
And then, yeah, then you have the operating costs, the debt service. That debt is to pay off the roof project that we completed a couple of years ago.
And Jack, can I ask you, that was when you came to all the 8 towns?
Right.
And you needed unanimous or majority
Unanimous.
support? Unanimous support, all
We
right.
go
I couldn't
for-
remember what the
Unanimous.
project was.
When
Okay,
we
the
have to
roof.
do it that way, it has to be unanimous.
Right, right. Now, if you're successful in the next portion of your,
Right,
you
with
know,
the,
agenda, the setting up the stabilization fund, would that,
No,
could
then
you,
it
you
is,
still need to come back?
well,
I think one of the members of the
stabilization, we would be allowed a maximum of $500,000
total expenditure.
total in the fund per year.
Okay, right,
Because
right.
it's based on your total budget, and it's basically a 5%, and it's regulated by the Commonwealth. And that would, then you only, yeah, if we didn't have that, we'd still have to come back to all the 8 towns and have a unanimous. But with that, we need 6 out of the 8 towns
That was one of my
on the
questions.
committee to approve it, and then obviously the state has their say as well.
Okay, so, all right.
I mean,
I'll ask.
they're there to make sure we're not spending it frivolously for a
Okay.
limousine for the superintendent or something like that, you know.
Yep. Those are the only other 2 questions that I had. Is it anyone else?
No. I mean, the only interesting thing is it's about $17,000 a year per student.
Yes,
It went up from about 16.
right. And
I mean, obviously, there's a lot more hands-on material that's needed.
that's the basic difference is, when we get our funding from the state, they don't take into consideration that we're kind of a vocational as opposed to a regular academic. We do have supplies that we use that Situate High or Marshfield High or Cohasset High doesn't use.
Right.
So there is an extended cost for vocation.
And the whole budget went up just under 10%, and ours went up 7%, so the formula worked in our favor this year somehow.
This year, yeah?
I had one other little note here. So if we take the total amount that's in this page here, Tony, and a total number divided by salaries and wages, you know, your budget of 11,722.
Right.
And I divided that by 7.646. And I know so the budget, your budget is, on salaries, is about 65%, is that?
I would say that's close to it, yeah.
Because I just heard from the superintendent what it costs in Scituate, around 85%. I just did
Yeah.
the math real quick. I just was wondering if I was on target there, that's all. Any other questions for Jack?
So what's the bigger one, the supplies, general expense? Yeah.
You all set, everyone else?
Yep.
Motion?
Well, we'll do,
All right, later on, I guess, okay, all right. Now, want to talk about establishing the stabilization fund.
Okay, what that would be is, as I just previously mentioned, it's limited to 5% of our total operating costs, and it's mostly for capital projects. Last Thursday, Sean was there when Dr. Hickey was talking about, believe it or not, one of our boilers is the original boiler from 1965, and we're hoping to get through this winter, but it will have to be replaced. We've applied for funding from the state. We've gone through the process, which would give us 51% if we're successful. We're assuming, because that's what we got for the roof, 51% financing, and that would be, then without the stabilization, we'd have to go to the 8 towns, and they'd have to review it as well. But we'd have it in the fund at this point, so once we got the funding from the state, we'd be able to pay our remaining costs to just, without having to go to the, right now, if we get, I think it's gonna cost about $500,000 for the boiler, I think is what the figure he gave. So they'd give us, say, 51%, and then leave us with approximately $250,000 to pay off, and it would come out of that stabilization fund this year, if we had it. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go to the 8 towns, we need unanimous approval.
So I think one of the members of the advisory committee asked that question. I thought Mr. Hickey said you'd still go back to the 8 towns to ask permission.
We do have to, right now, do that,
All right,
but
but
any major problem, we're still gonna have to go through the 8 towns, yes. This is
After
only just,
let's say it gets established, there's
Right.
500,000 in there, and let's say the boiler comes in at 450. You do it amongst yourselves.
we could do it without having to pay interest on loans and things like that, and we could pay it. And then next year's budget, we would put the money back in. But it'll save the interest of having the time involved in the 8 towns approving it, which I couldn't believe they wouldn't approve a boiler for a
Right.
building, but it's possible. And it would save us that time, plus any money we'd have to borrow interest-wise, because we'd have it right there.
Okay. So to answer my question, so you would not go back to the 8 towns if you had it? Was
If we had it,
established?
we wouldn't have to go back to
All
the 8
right,
towns
that
for
was-
something like that.
okay,
You're right.
that was-
But I mean, if it's a major project over the 500, if we did the
Right.
roof again or something, but if we wanted to repair a wing, windows, say,
Mm-hmm.
we could do it out of the stabilization fund without having the process going out to the 8 towns. But we'd still have 6 towns having to approve it at our meetings,
Not
6.
5, but 6.
6.
Okay.
so I guess my question is gonna be, is your budget gonna go up $500,000 a year because you wanna feed this fund?
I don't believe we're going to do that right at this point. I think we just want the ability to have it for the future. My understanding is Dr. Hickey said Thursday night he's not planning to fund it right away. It's
So
just,
is there a cap on how much you can put in there?
yes, 5% maximum.
No, that's how much you can put in every year, but can you put?
Oh, no, it can never go over 5% of the total operating
So
budget.
the total thing can only be, so it's for
Right.
smaller, because I see in
Right.
your budget, you've got $250,000 here for for capital outlay on equipment right in your budget.
Right.
So is that going to go to the
That would, I'm assuming correctly, I think, that would go in the stabilization fund, and that's the only, it'd be a word change, basically. And another thing is, a lot of things we do in the school, we do within the school with our instructors and our students and stuff, so there's a cost savings to that, too. Of course, we're not going to do the boiler, but
So the total amount of that fund can only be 5%?
it's limited by the Commonwealth to 5%, correct?
Seems
I
reasonable.
think you've answered it, but in other words, the fund's going to be established pursuant to statute. Once the stabilization fund is established, then you're going to be able to fund it ultimately through either surpluses. Is that what you're looking through the budget, your own budgets?
Through surpluses in our own budget, rather than,
asking for-
presently give it back to the town, and we just put it right in that.
Okay. And-
Not that, say we had a $50,000
Surplus.
then it goes by the formula, how we
Right, you
go
divvy
back
it
to the
out.
town. We could put it right in the stabilization fund,
Okay. And then it's
And then it would
capped at
be the-
5% of whatever the operating budget is?
5% of the total, total budget per year.
The total
And like I
amount?
say, it's the Commonwealth does what, the Department of Education. We have to authenticate it with them, and they have to authenticate back to us that that's all we have in there. And
So the total amount, not the total you put in each year, but the total amount is capped at 5%?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so if you're at 5%, you don't put anything in?
Correct.
Yeah, if it's at its maximum, we couldn't add anything to it.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's good. That's what I needed to know. Thanks, Jack.
thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
Does it make sense, if it's all right with the board, I meant to ask Tricia earlier, could we jump down to one of, I think it involves Al as well, and then maybe Jack could, maybe go on his way. I'm sure he wants to stay, but if he wants, we could go. And that's under new business, the Energy Sharing Collaborative with the vocational school, and
Sounds good?
Yeah,
if it's all right with the board, jump down to
Absolutely.
that. And
Unless, Jack, you want to stay for another maybe 2 hours, and we'll bring it up then.
I do.
Mike?
Doesn't get any better than this.
Doesn't get any better than this.
Can I just ask a question? When we had the opening of the solar array, and there was a big crowd up there, and you were talking about other communities that might be able to buy some electricity if we had a surplus. How did we come across the vocational school?
It was,
I think it's cool, but I just,
yeah, it's interesting. It's, I'll tell you about the program in a minute, but basically, I was driving back from one of the towns that we were working with, and will continue to work with. I went by the vocational school and realized, in our situation, our high school, other than the sewer plant and the water plant, our high school is the biggest single-point consumer of electricity. And it's very convenient in this sharing program to deal with one or two large meters rather than a myriad of 60 small meters all up and down the place. And it just struck me that the VOTEC, with its buildings, could potentially be a better fit for us. So I literally did a U-turn and pulled in to the school one snowy morning and just asked to speak to the business manager, who I didn't know, and immediately I got an appointment with the superintendent and the business manager. They just made themselves available. I told them what we were interested in, and they acted very quickly to say that we'd like you to discuss this with our board of directors, the school committee, and the school committee under Jack's guidance was very enthusiastic about it. And so basically they are the proverbial first hogs to the trough. They can quickly respond. They were empowered to make decisions and decided that they'd like to get in this dance with us. There's still some paperwork to do, contracts, forms to fill out and all that, but it works out much easier and to our advantage to work with the VOTEC, particularly since we support the VOTEC. And so it's a little bit of keeping it in the family, if you will. But the reason we're here talking this is that, as I mentioned at the solar array start-off, that it looks like with continuing energy improvements in town, that we are not only blessed with producing all of our electricity for all of our municipal needs, but we're producing more than we pay National Grid for electricity. And National Grid's, the way net energy metering works, National Grid will reimburse us at retail rates up to the extent that we buy electricity from them. And if we go beyond that, then they reimburse us at a very, very small rate. So it's to our advantage to broaden the pool of meters that are considered in this virtual net metering environment. And just for perspective, I was looking at the numbers the other day. For the life of the turbine project, we've netted $422,000 over 22 months, which is it's running around $207,000 per year when you take out one-time cash flows. For instance, we got $41,000 for a building permit. When you take out that one-timer, we're looking at about a $210,000 a year positive revenue for us. And then on the solar array, which has only been lit up since October 1st, we've netted $164,000. Of that, about $90,000 is for ongoing operations. So I would project this over the year to say that the solar array is probably earning about $200,000 to $250,000 a year for us. Now, if we can't use all that electricity, then we won't earn those monies won't be earned. They'll just go back into heavens knows where. So the way this would work is we for the solar array, we pay 8.4 cents a kilowatt hour for the electricity, and National Grid reimburses us around 14 cents. When we get to that break point, they won't reimburse us, so we'll still be paying 8.4 cents because we have to pay the person who built this thing for us. The arrangement we're making with South Shore VOTEC is that they will pay us, they will get the credit from National Grid, whatever that is, and they will pay us 9 cents per kilowatt hour for the electricity. So they will make a benefit of 4 to 5 cents per kilowatt hour, probably netting around $30,000 a year for the vocational school.
Savings to them.
Yeah, savings to them. It's a very simple transaction. Basically, we fill out on what's called a Schedule Z, their 2 meters, and we allocate a percentage of the power to their 2 meters. National Grid just puts that allocation on their meter, on their bills, and then they pay us for the same amount of kilowatt hours, a very straightforward transaction. So it's nice and clean and easy. The contracts will be vetted by town council and their council. The contract is one that it establishes the relationship and how the mechanism works, but it has an easy out clause. If they decide they don't like it in the end, they can, with, I forget the number of days, 90-day notice, we can say we'd like to back out of it, and we can say the same thing. If we decide we don't like the arrangement after time because it's not to our benefit, we can sign out and with the 90-day notice just move on. And to unwind it, it's just a matter of taking them off our Schedule Z and moving forward. So I think it's a good solution. I like the solution working with the VOTEC. I think it's a good arrangement for benefits of town, education, and the VOTEC. And kind of ring fences our money so that we know it's going to be coming in and we're not going to be stuck paying for something we can't use.
Defer to the others before I comment. Rick? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. No, Rick, go ahead.
The other question I have is about the solar array. I follow the math, I follow the logic, that's all good. But the solar array's only been up since October. We don't even have a full year of seasonality. I'm fine with moving ahead with this without that full season, but because there's that escape clause. So if our projections are way under on the solar array in particular, or if last year happened to be a windy year, which I don't think it was, but if it were, we can get out of this. We're not locked in.
Right.
We're not going to end up in a financially disadvantageous position.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. And the interesting thing, Mr. Murray, is that the period that we've been looking at the solar array is not in the high production period.
Correct.
The winter months.
Yep.
And we had a couple snowy days with blankets, snow blankets over it
No, that's
also.
correct. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to, okay.
I'm surprised you've made $90,000 on it over 4 months.
I know.
It's really pretty,
Yeah.
but it's brand new too. They over time deteriorate.
Yep, that's right.
And over time, our rates escalate slightly. So at the end of 3 years, when our rates change, we'll have to see if we still like the arrangement with the new rate.
Yep.
So Al, my question is twofold. First is, how much after allocating towards South Shore Voc is left over? And the second question I have is, have we attempted to approach other surrounding communities and their schools to see if they too would like to take advantage of the benefit that we're able to confer on those, like we did with South Shore Voc?
Yes. starting last summer, we approached 8 or 14 towns. The towns have to fit within certain parameters. They have to be national grid towns, they have to be in a certain, what's called ISO, distribution unit. And so we approached them. Several of them came back and said that they had other arrangements and didn't want to move forward. One has come back and said they would like to discuss it. It's a much smaller town with many meters. They don't have a sewer plant. They don't have a large consumption base. But we will continue to work with them to see if we can help them out as well. Did that answer your question?
Oh, good, thanks.
Tony?
Yeah, so if I get it correctly, we have to pay 9 cents, 8.9 cents.
8.4.
8.4. We're selling to them at about break even.
9, yeah.
Because National Grid wouldn't give us much less than that for it.
They would give us less than the 8.4.
Right.
Yeah, they might give us 4.5 cents.
Any way to get this to the citizens? Because I get my National Grid bill every month, and I am the largest user in the town of Scituate.
Other than the high school?
So, it's,
yeah, I noticed a glow down there.
yeah, it's like you are
I thought
the
that was
100
Kennedy's at night.
You are the highest of all your neighbors.
I
No,
get
but-
the same letter.
Are you at the
I think
100?
everybody does.
I think you're-
So, but seriously, is there any way to get it so that the citizens can benefit from it, or is it just too many meters to get?
Yeah,
I mean, they benefit because the taxes
Yes,
go down.
we've looked into that. Actually, you have to be a governmental entity, okay? There is another program called Community Net Metering, where a community could get, like, let's just say as an example, I see Greg here, so Walnut Tree Hills could get together as a community, say, okay, we're this community, we have these meters, we're putting up a solar array, and they could have community net metering. But you can't go between government and non-government or industrial or commercial.
Okay.
It was a separate bill as part of the Patrick's Green initiatives of, 6 or 7 years ago. There's a municipality one, there's a community one.
Bonnie, anything to add?
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a partnership with them. I think it's a great idea.
And so next year, we should expect to see our allocation from them a little lower, shouldn't we?
That's what I
I was thinking
Well,
Al
based
said
on
it.
the formula.
Yeah, okay.
I guess that's it. Thank you very
Do you
much.
need a motion, or is
Appreciate
it, do they need a motion? or
Do we need a
actually-
motion? The
I don't-
contract
I
back to
don't
us
see
when
we
town
do.
council looks at it?
Actually, yeah, we'll have the contract back.
Wait, do we need a motion or anything?
Will we vote this later on at a later time? Okay. Thanks for the update. We appreciate it.
Jack, thanks. Thanks, Al.
Good news. Thank you. All right. Next is the treasurer collector, Pam.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you. How are you?
Good, good.
145.
Can you give us 1 second, Pam?
Sure. Good time. So I don't know how you'd like to start.
Want to start by reading your mission statement, if you
Sure.
wouldn't mind, Pam?
Okay. The town treasurer collector is responsible for collecting, managing, and investing all town funds to provide efficient, accurate, and professional tax information and services to the taxpayer. Issue all authorized debt, provide benefits to all town employees, and to pay the bills and payroll of town in an efficient and timely manner, all according to Mass General laws.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So, my budget didn't change much. The only thing that's, the increase is the Comstar charges we get for ambulance collection. Instead of that fee, we pay Comstar to collect our ambulance bills. And the fee that Comstar charges us is now a separate line item on the budget. Before, it was included in my revenue number, so Nancy,
It's a no-no.
and that's a no-no. We shouldn't have been doing that. So when Nancy came here, we changed that policy, which increased my budget $40,000.
Okay.
So,
But the net is the same.
it is. it all comes out in the wash. But we're just,
So where is that other, does that go to the general fund? Where's that money, on the cherry sheet?
Yeah, what
or-
was happening is all the ambulance revenue just goes into the general fund, and the Comstar contract of about 40%, they get like 3% of revenue or something to do our billing, was just coming right out of revenue, and it needs to have a budgetary line item and a budgetary allocation because it's a contract.
Right, but the revenue itself goes into other income? Where, what?
It's general fund.
local receipt.
Local
Local
receipt,
receipts, right.
yeah.
so,
Anyone else? Questions? Pam, I'm sorry to cut you off.
no problem.
Did you have anything else?
No, I just have a lot of accomplishments, I think, my first year here. So I'm very proud of my department. And we've worked really hard.
You do. And thank you very much for the good job that you do.
Good job.
Yep.
Yep.
Very good job. And for those of you listening, the budget was 287, now it's 333 and change. Anyone else? Okay.
No.
Thank you, Pam.
Next one is
That's all right.
720, debt and interest.
Okay, so my mission statement for debt is the treasurer collector is responsible for coordinating all town borrowing for both the tax-supported and the 5 self-supporting enterprise funds, which are golf, sewer, transfer, water, and waterways. This includes the various short-term and long-term debt plan options for existing and proposed borrowing. General obligation bonds, mass water pollution abatement trusts, interim short-term and long-term bonds, and inter-fund advanced borrowings. The treasurer collector works closely with the town's financial advisor and bond counsel to implement borrowing for departments in accordance with Mass General Law with the assistance of the town clerk, board of selectmen, town administrator, and finance director/town accountant to fulfill requirements of that role properly. So we try to keep our debt level funded. We have the small ban that we did last year. I think we're going to try to pay that off in fiscal 15, our portion of it, half of it sewer, the 536,000 small ban we did. We're going to try to pay off our 226,000 part to get ready for the water and the fire truck and the everything else we have coming up.
Tony?
No, did you do the amortization schedule that shows how much of it is general fund, how much of it is?
Yeah, it's in my notes, on my department notes. It breaks it all down. So it says the general fund debt, and then the 5 individual
Oh, that's right.
5 fund debts.
It's always, our general fund is always about $1.2 million is,
Well, we try to keep that
ballpark.
in, with, especially with the facilities plan coming, and smoothing helps us.
right. So as we look into the capital plan for
Right.
this year, we know what's going to drop off, and we usually borrow a month to keep it about that number.
That's right. So as we retire debt, we're going to keep it because we've already taken it out of the general revenue stream, so we want to keep it in there for future capital.
Great.
Anyone else? Pension.
Nine, 10, 9, 11.
So as we know, our retirement is increasing. Fiscal 15, we have a 7% assessment increase to fund the unfunded liability. We all knew that this was coming. And in fiscal 16, we expect another 8% increase in our retirement. Hopefully, it won't be any more than that.
8%, Pam?
Yeah, in fiscal 16, we expect about an 8% increase rate.
So do you want to
At least.
explain, do you want us to take a stab at it, or do you want to take a stab at why it went up? Or do you want to?
Well, it's the unfunded liability, so we have all this costs, and it hasn't been
So-
funding itself. So we've got
So Plymouth County, the retirement system, which we're looking at it, and they redid their amortization schedules, and they found out that we weren't, like you said, near...
Living longer and...
weren't near the number that we needed to be, and they looked at the number of years that you get to true yourself up, and I think historically they've extended that period so that you could true yourself up over a longer period of time, and now they're saying you have to true yourself up by, I don't remember the date.
2034.
2034, and that's kind of a line in the sand now, and that's why these numbers are going up.
Right, because the actuarial studies reflect mortality rates now, so that is why there's been such a huge uptake, because people are living longer.
And I think you could probably say poor investment by the Plymouth County Board, in particular the Plymouth County Treasurer. That's the other reason. That's the real reason. But
Thank God I'm not the one.
I'll be the one to say it.
Someday.
Anyone else?
No.
It's out of our hands.
It is, we have no choice.
That's the problem.
And it was going to be more than this, and Trish, you went to the meetings that kind of got them to at least think about lowering it a little bit, so.
Well, there's a contingency of South Shore managers that bear a disproportionate cost for both health insurance and pension. And so we fought the good fight, and it's not as bad as we thought. We were originally anticipating 26%.
Right.
But we're going to get this 8% on top of whatever the increase is on the go-forward.
Unbelievable.
See, I think that's the thing. Most people probably in this room don't even know, with all due respect, really what we're talking about. It's an unfunded liability that's a huge liability going forward, and really it's a county issue. And the people in town don't really know about it, and we're trying to address it as best we can, and then we're forced to accept whatever they throw at us. And this year, 26% would have been $1 million, which would have eaten up all of our difference between what we can raise between additional taxes from last year up to the 2.5%. They would have taken it all because of their mismanagement, but at least they gave us a break. They cut it to 7%, and then they're going to add on 8% again next year, but it's going to eat into it. And that to me is really, it's really a shame, because they're not held accountable. But that's for another day.
It's $4 million. It's our largest single line item, budget item, isn't it?
Right, so, and if you combine that with health insurance, which is about 2.7, you're talking about $7 million that the town has really little control over of our budget annually.
These people get paid, they get paid great, they have great benefits, and they just have no accountability.
So 7 million out of, that's the town side, or is that the total?
That's total town and school employees
So
for
that's 7
pension
out of
and health
70.
insurance.
Roughly $70 million budget, 55, 60 million?
Yeah.
So it's about 10%, 10% of our budget.
Probably more, huh?
Yeah, it's a little more.
10 to 12% of our entire budget.
Any event.
Not that we have thoughts on this or anything.
Now on to the retirement.
Well, at least we pay it all in one lump sum, so we save, like, we're gonna save $76,000 this year, so we try to do what we can, and like Tricia and Nancy's been involved also before she came here in the negotiation process. Like they both said, it was gonna be a lot more.
Oh, yeah, let's just be clear. You, Nancy, Tricia, and the rest, and John, who's our rep, and everybody else, we're doing everything we possibly can under our control, but the rest of it is out of our control, and that's what drives us nuts, because you're talking more than 10% of our budget.
And the cynic in me is,
People that care.
the cynic in me is the reason why they opted to go with the 7% is because there's an election this year. They want to make sure the voters are happy.
Tricia, is that something new that this town's been doing, paying it all up front?
No, we always have.
Yeah, we always have.
I didn't think we were.
It doesn't
years
make
ago.
sense not to.
But years ago, I don't think we were doing that.
Jane might have instituted it, but we've been
Right.
doing it as long as I've been here.
That's right, but before that, I didn't think we were.
As a good friend of ours used to say, a person far more suspicious than I.
Okay, so,
Next.
next is FICA, federal taxes, 916. So that's based on salaries, so of course, salaries increase, so taxes increase. That's pretty cut and dry. Not much we can do about that.
there is to
number.
that.
Words right out of my mouth.
Not much we can do about that number either.
So just an example, last year we expended $531,000. This year, it's going to go up to $574,000, actually $575,000. Those are the round numbers.
574 to 626.
Yeah, no, 574 to
I'm looking at-
626.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
574.
You were off
Six
again.
26.
I was doing last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone up from 575 to 526. 50.
626.
626, it's another $51,000 increase.
$25 increase
Yep.
to be exact, yeah.
Tax title, Pam?
Okay, so tax title, that's level funded, the same as last year. That's for me to collect my tax title with my lawyer's fees and filing reports and filing fees. I just want to say that this year alone, I've already collected $536,000 in tax title. So,
How much? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
$536,000.
That's great.
So in the last 2
Wow.
months, I've collected $170,000. I make this a personal
Mission.
goal. Yeah. I work really closely with residents. I personally call them. I write them letters. I have a lot of payment plans, and I have a lot of communication with them, with the residents.
Just so,
Go ahead.
just to let people understand what we're talking about is people who haven't, who, for whatever reason, are unable to pay their property taxes, and instead of the town saying, I'm going to take it and sell it and get rid of it, we try to work with everybody so that they can get caught up, and that's what she's saying. We're not the collection agency calling to harass you, it's just to say,
Yeah.
let's work together and figure it out.
We're here to help you.
You got it.
I work for the residents. I am here to help the residents. That's the way I look at it. We advertised this year alone for fiscal 13 in the paper. We advertised 68 parcels. By the time we filed them, it was only 36, and I've already had 8 paid off. So, you know,
That's good.
we're doing a good job.
Tough job in this
I
climate.
personally, I know you guys have also have heard from the residents themselves that have thanked you and thanked the town for, you know, for working through that, because some towns don't go through that process. They just put you into the legal system and let you go. And what you're doing is a service for the community by working out payment plans with them and getting them caught up without going down that path, so
Yeah.
kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pam, appreciate it. I think that wraps it up, I think.
No, she's got one more, 914, which is health insurance.
Unemployment, and
Health insurance.
Yeah, so
What
I'm going
number,
to do
Trish?
health
914.
insurance.
thank you.
It's 910, actually, and
Oh, I'm
914.
sorry.
So the non-contrib and the contrib. So we still have 3 retirees that didn't fall into the Plymouth County Retirement Program, so we have them on a cost of living increase. It's 3% over last year. That's 910.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
I'm at 9:13.
I'm sorry, try that
Sorry.
again, say that again, Pam.
We have a non-contrib pensions, which is 3 employees that we still have on the books that didn't fall into Plymouth County Retirement, that we are paying for their retirement, their cost of living raises. It's 3% over last year, and that's pretty much told to us. So now moving on to regular insurance is...
Can I have one quick question? Maybe if you can't answer it, Pam, Tricia. How do we determine 3%? Is that part of the agreement, or? What's that?
We're told.
The county.
The county, can you go higher than that, or no?
No, it's
No.
whatever the county decides.
It's voted.
The county as in the county advisory, or county,
The county retirement system.
oh, so it's locked into whatever they do? Gotcha.
They pretty much tell us what to get. And so 914 now, health insurance. So we're up a little bit over last year. Now, we expect an increase in the health insurance plans, although we've done really well to keep the costs down by installing the benchmark and health saver plans that Tricia negotiated before I got here, rate saver plans. We do expect a little bit of an increase, but, you know, that's not bad, considering all the health insurance hikes.
So less than 2%.
Let's go from 4.9 to 4.975, is that right?
Correct.
Correct.
Those are big numbers.
Any other questions, comments?
We're going to have our health fair again with the town employees, school employees on May 5th. So Julie and I have started the ball rolling this week on that. So get the word out there. This is probably a good way to get some of the word out there. If somebody's looking to change their health insurance or wants to contribute more to their life insurance, we'll be here with all our representatives on May 5th from 5:30 to 7:30.
Do you do that every year?
We do. We do. We did a really big one last year. It was great. So we're hoping to really get it going this year. I have much more communication with the school than my predecessor, so we're getting a lot more people involved.
So if I like everything that I'm receiving now, I wouldn't attend, wouldn't go?
Well, you might want to go just to hear what's going to change, and get a massage. We usually have massages and little booths set up.
Well, in that case, jeez.
Get your eyes tested, get your blood pressure
Don't we have a meeting that night? And
Still have to wear your tie.
Well, there's a wellness component, too.
We want to promote wellness.
Yeah, whatever.
That's enough.
It's a long line, get there early.
And that's another thing, too, I'd like to add in. If anyone in town is looking to be our town wellness coordinator, myself and Julie would love to have you take it over. So if there's somebody out there in the town that would like to do it, or somebody that works for the town, there's lots of stuff to be, we're going to apply for a grant, so we'll get hopefully a little grant to have but the more wellness we have, the better grants we may be able to get.
Well, thank you.
Okay?
Do we do unemployment?
Yeah, you did that already.
Okay.
All right, that wrap it up, that's all I
Yep.
have, all right?
You good?
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you,
Thank
Pam.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
Yourself, have a good night. Take care.
Good night, Pam, thanks.
Good night. All right. Let's see.
Are we doing?
Selectmen. Oh, sorry. Tricia.
So,
Number?
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, okay. Have a separate.
So the FY15 budget looks different from FY14 in that we've combined the selectmen and town administrative budgets. Town was fairly unique in that regard, that it had separate budgets and separate office delineations for selectmen and town administrator, which is further evidenced by the benchmarking data that's included in your budget. So the budgets are going to have some zero, some places in the detail and whatever. Do you want to read your mission statement, or I can read? Okay. But it has your goals that we review at the retreat every year in November as a prelude to the budget process each year. And the way the goal setting and the strategic plan for the town is, you set the goals, I set my goals, departments set their goals, and they all should flow and have some connectivity to each other. And we've been able to do that for the last 4 or 5 years.
Questions, comments, anybody?
The big thing to point out is the legal line.
That's what I have a note here. Town council, lawsuits and special counsel. Notes from, we discussed this before. That is, if I'm not mistaken, it's broken out when it wasn't necessarily before?
No, it always was. Legal services are for general counsel, and then there's a special litigation line. They combine, but at least it gives us a sense of what we're looking at year to year. The litigation line is actually down significantly
Yeah.
from the last few years. Significantly.
20, it's going back, yeah, 200.
And the total is 137, round
Right,
figures.
right.
Okay. All right.
And then I explained this to advisory, and I want to make sure the board's aware of it when we go over to the combined budget, but was previously the town administrator's budget, is I think there's sometimes a misnomer about labor council and contract bargaining and other services under the town administrative budget. That line item actually covers a variety of things. It just doesn't cover labor council for union negotiations, but it also covers future contract settlements, non-union step increases, departmental separations where they get payout for vacation. So there's quite involved, and it's intentionally sort of a generic line item that is flexible enough to address those personnel matters that come up during the year.
Could we rename that somehow so it's less confusing? Is there some other way we could?
Actually, that clarifies it. It used to be named something different, and now it's called contract bargaining and other services.
Okay, yeah,
So,
the other
yeah,
services is cut
right.
off here. Fine,
Yeah.
gotcha, perfect.
There is a change to the budget, which Nancy and I will go over when we do when you vote the articles. There's been some changes in the warrant article numbers. When the South Shore VOC assessment went down, we've also changed the percentage for the FEMA reimbursement to offset the cost of the coastal resource officer. And that extra surplus has gone into support staff and training, which was cut originally in the FY15 proposal. I decided to put this small surplus there. I think it's about $7,000. Yeah, $7,547, because we have a number of new department heads and a new chief of police that traditionally the training, when we had the override and that line item was created, it was to allow training for personnel and training for staff. And the chief of police, to his credit, has really started a very robust training program for officers to become specialists in a number of ways. That's what this budget is funding. We also do management training for the staff. We have 11 new department heads. They just went through a series of goal-setting, training, and they'll have time management, which all the other staff had gone through 2 years ago. So that's a really important line item that we use to make sure we're staying abreast of management, supervisory, personnel issues. So those are the big changes. There is an allotment in the Selectmen's budget that recognizes our sister city relationship with Soucy-en-Brie, and will fund some, not all, of that to have a town official, hopefully a selectman, go over there during the FY15 budget season. So we had the funds to do it, and that was something that was noted as being a benefit.
And that's right in that line item?
It's in
That's why it
whatever
jumped from
your line
71
is.
to...
Yeah, there's
okay.
something. I
Okay.
forget the specific, but it's in there for some flight and maybe some accommodation, but not all, because there's a host community. You stay with the host family when you go over there. So, but it's time to step up for that.
Yeah, and just to add, I mean, they send all of their officials over here, and I think the perception is that they take it more seriously than we do, so I think that's what
Yeah.
the thought process is.
No, Tony, you're absolutely right. They send a lot of officials. Granted, they're a bigger city, and they have more resources at their disposal. They are a suburb of Paris. But nonetheless, we have made a commitment to them, and I think after our 4th year now,
I think we're in
I think we're overdue to at least extend more effort on our end.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Tony.
All right, good.
Right, where are we now?
Foreshore protection.
Discussion of funding the foreshore protection.
So I put this agenda item on several weeks ago as a follow-up to what was essentially the beginning of our budget process in January, when I did the PowerPoint presentation of the budget overview, and I mentioned the challenges that we have with a number of budgets, but particularly foreshore protection. So if Al and Kevin could come to the table as well, I've asked them to participate in this discussion. I want to really focus on 2 major points. One, in terms of where we are based on the discussion at the meeting that I missed last week, but was able to view the conversation and discussion on YouTube on Sunday. The deadline for the grants that Representative Cantwell was speaking to at that meeting is in mid-April. We are opening bids this week for engineering services to develop a program to submit for that grant program. That'll cost the town $50,000 just to do the engineering and submit the grant application. I would remind the board that when the grant round came up last year, we were in the midst of responding to FEMA and filing reports and doing mediation and remediation for the 4 storms that we have. We have 3 people in the engineering department, and they do phenomenal work, and I just want to take this moment to recognize all the hard work they've done, not only this year and last year with the storms, but working on submitting all the FEMA funds and working with almost $3 million that we've appropriated for foreshore protection since April of 2011.
When was that, 2011, you said?
Since April of 2011, it's $2.7 million, not counting other grants, and that's detailed in your capital budget. Everything's itemized for your information. The challenge is, we have a couple of challenges, and one is that we're trying to do projects and grants on public seawalls. 3 of the 4 examples shown last week are private seawalls. So that is what we're trying to focus on when we look at opportunities for grant programs. The way we're looking at things right now, and this is why I wanted to talk about it before we finish the warrant and in terms of the town election coming up in May, is right now there's 3 options available to us in terms of addressing funding issues for seawall, because I think we're all in agreement that the general fund can't fund it, and if we want to raise our borrowing limit $5 or $6 or $10 million, that's really going to impact the town in different ways in terms of the debt service. So one is that the Board of Selectmen can vote betterments, so that the town could go in and repair private seawalls, and similar to road acceptances or sewer betterments, the resident would be charged a betterment that they would pay over a series of years or upfront based on the total final end cost of repairing that seawall. We know seawalls are expensive, and I think it was 2,000, what was it, the figure that Kevin gave last week? I think
2,000 to 4,000
2,000 to 4,000 a foot. So that recognizes that that would be a real financial hardship for a lot of folks. We have 2 properties right now that have seawalls that need repair, and sooner than later probably, and they're private seawalls. The other option is that the homeowner can give the town an easement that would allow the town to go in and do the work there, and then the town would take ownership of that seawall once they received the easement. So for all intents and purposes, the town would take ownership and be able to repair the seawall.
And have access to the beach.
Have access to the beach. And as you know, we've had some challenges with easements in the past trying to repair seawalls, which takes longer for us to get in and fix the situation. And the third option is for the private homeowner with a private seawall to pay for that themselves. So those are the 3 options. So how do we begin to address this dilemma? Going back to my presentation in January, and as noted in my budget presentation, the existing town budget can't absorb this kind of need that we all agree is huge in the town in terms of trying to repair seawalls to the tune of $55 million. So rather than having this discussion every year when I do the budget about how much is appropriate for seawalls and how much has already been carved out of the operating budget in the last 3 years that didn't exist before, how do we get past sort of this annual discussion? So what I'd like to propose to the board, and this is just to propose it tonight and have us discuss at a later date because we do have some time, is to ask the community what they may think in terms of how we fund foreshore protection in this community. And we have an opportunity to do that by placing question or questions on the ballot at the May election to ask the community whether they support betterments, whether they support the town taking over private seawalls, whatever, we can ask 1, 2, or 3 questions and hear from the community about how they think the town should address it. And in that way, we'll have some guidance, I think, into development of the budget as we go forward.
Just jump in for a sec. That's for private seawalls.
No, it could be, well, we still have public seawalls, too, that need to be repaired. Every time we have a storm, we get additional damage. And as you know, even though we're in the queue for $8 million in FEMA money, we can only get FEMA money to repair those sections of the wall that were damaged by those accidents. So we
Those
can
exact
have
storms.
swaths of FEMA repair, and it stops there, and we really need to do 20, 40, 50 feet that goes beyond that. But the problem is, 3 of them might be in the 40 feet might be in the public domain, then we hit a private residence. And the deeds for these walls are different for every single resident. Some go all the way down to the low tide, so the deed research for them has also been particularly difficult as we look to these grants and as we look to do it.
So this is for public and private, just sort of, and there'd be certainly nuances and differences between the two. And these would be sort of to assess the sense of the town.
So, right, I would ask
These are not a
that
binding,
the board consider framing a question or some questions that sort
Yeah.
of get feedback from the community at a town election as to
Parameterized.
how it would, would you be willing to pay X amount or something like that? I mean,
just to
but,
put some constraints on the
right,
system.
we've got to get past this annual discussion of this and start to have a long-term plan.
That's right.
And as I said, it's in my budget message that I submitted, and, we're all on the same page. We all agree we have a significant problem, but I see that what some folks think is adequate and what we're able to fund and what I recommend is not the way the discussion should go, because we all agree we have a problem, but it's really up to the residents and taxpayers of this town to decide how they want to address it, and, and not for the 5 people here. So that's why I put this on the agenda, to have the board consider that. We check with the town clerk. There's an opportunity to discuss this still at your last meeting before the ballot for May is finalized.
Can I just ask one question? Option number 2, if a person's willing to provide an easement, then it becomes a public wall, a public seawall.
That's
All right.
what the expectation would be. They would give the easement to us, so we would essentially take over ownership of that wall.
Okay.
But we have many, many miles of coastline in this town, too, so.
I realize
we have
that, but what happens if that person's deed says that they not only own the wall, but they might own to the low water or something like that? Hang on, Rick, listen where I'm going. So who owns the beach now? If we go in and we fix the wall, and then they no problem, but are they giving up their rights to their?
Yep. You have an example of this.
Right, and I'm going to let Kevin and Al address that now, because we've sort of all talked about this.
Just an example of what the board agreed to, I guess in the last 2 years, 3 years, was the North Scituate Beach Association Glades area wall. Remember, that was rented, that was loaned to the town for 50 years. At the end of 50 years, they looked at it and said, the beach isn't what it used to be, and the wall is in bad shape. And through a series of discussions, the town agreed to take over responsibility and ownership for the wall and the
As well as
beach.
the beach.
So they gave that all
Right,
up.
yeah,
And I think that's basically what the proposal would be, is that if the town is going to take responsibility, it's really deeding over to the town that section from the wall to the water line. And if you'd like to keep it, then there's other alternatives. And I think then one other area that we've discussed to funding would be a sizable override vote. Going back again about 5 years, we had put on the table that we needed, I can't remember the number at this point, but putting in a $5 million override to just get a fund to start working on seawalls. That hasn't gained any traction, but that's perhaps another alternative, would be for funding through, again, an override. You wouldn't do that at the spring. You'd ask the question this spring, get the sense of the town, and then it gives you more guidance how to proceed.
Just to your point, I was just going to say, I think there could be a possibility, to your point, Mr. Chairman, that if there's not enough square footage per lot, then you probably have to opt towards some form of easement with, covenants for public access to their beach, because you couldn't necessarily convey it and then create a illegal lot. I'm not sure how many properties actually would fall into that category if they needed that excess square footage for being a legal lot. But again, that may not be a point, that may be a moot point, because it may not exist.
Not much of the beach is upland anymore.
Right. No, but I'm saying for purposes of their homes, to be a viable lot, that's all I'm trying to say.
Square footage for tax.
Anyway.
I'm gonna jump down to Marty.
Yeah, I just have a two-part question. But first of all, obviously, if I saw three questions on the three options, I think I would go for, say, geez, you know what? I think I'd rather see every private homeowner pay for the walls, because it makes the most sense. It doesn't cost the town anything. But we get into a lot of situations where the walls don't just protect that person's home. They protect a lot of our infrastructure and stuff behind the homes. So how do you go about that? That'd be my question. You know, if you know.
You could form a betterment area, an area that's bettered, that's more than just the single waterfront property. For instance, a sewer station that's behind a wall is bettered if the wall's repaired. The town should participate in that, just as when the town expanded the sewer to the Greenbush area, there were a number of town properties that benefited from that, and to that extent then, the town lowered the betterment by paying its share.
I get you.
And then the properties that were directly affected paid. I mean, that's an alternative. You can take a basin, this basin is flooded if that wall goes, therefore this basin area is protected, and therefore this basin area could participate, and that would lower the impact on an individual.
Thanks, Al.
Just options.
Okay, thank you.
All set, Marty? I'm gonna
Yep.
jump back to Rick, if that's all right.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. Yeah, I think this is great, because we can't keep slapping Band-Aids on things. So this idea of long-term planning is absolutely right, because seawalls are important as part of the solution. Only part of the solution, but an important part of the solution. Following up on your point, Marty, I really like the idea of a betterment with but not only just to those people. I mean, people who live in the West End benefit from having beaches and our shorelines and the infrastructure. So I could envision, and this is just off the top of my head, where there's a flat rate, and I don't know how to mechanically do this as an override or however, whatever, I'll leave that to the smarter people than I on this, but, you know, a flat rate for everybody on the town, and then as you're getting closer and you're in certain areas that are more or less susceptible to flooding and damage, it goes up there. I wouldn't want to be going house by house by house, you know, that this house has that much and that house has that much and so on, but definitely zones or districts. And the key thing, though, would need to be, in my opinion, would be that it's not punitive and that it's affordable, and so therefore we leverage off the power of scale. Because if you don't have it so people who are way out of floodplains and people who are well away from the shore, if you don't include them in the calculation, then you can't, the numbers just don't work. You can't piggyback it only on the people living right there. And the whole town does benefit from it. So I just, you know, how we get there from here, I don't know, but that's what I would really, just off the cuff, could be a really good way of doing, which kind of merges some of these ideas. And it builds up a fund. It's continual. We don't have this Band-Aid approach of every year in and every year out and this and that sort of thing. So I think this is a cool discussion. I really do.
Tony, do you have anything to add?
Well, yeah, I mean, the only things I can add are, you know, it's clear that fixing the town's seawalls is not going to be solved by our operating budget. It's just, it's not going to be able to do it. It costs too much, and you need too much money to do it on a regular basis. Representative Cantwell is working on a lot of programs with us in mind, and we've got to be ready to take advantage of those as they come along. I know that's what you're talking about, that engineering, to have, you know, a shovel ready to go when some money becomes available. We didn't get included in the last grant round. We get our fair share of grants, but we didn't get that one. So we have to be ready to do that. But I think I agree with you in terms of it can't be at every budget season we come in and we say, we got to find another $1 million somewhere, because there's just not $1 million buckets hanging around here that we can take and throw towards something from the operating budget. So it is a long-term plan. It's got to be helped and funded by state and federal money, because the town and taxpayers can't do it all on their own. And we do have to figure out this public-private thing. I mean, I know there's still some gray area on that, but we have to understand that, and we've got to get feedback in from the people that actually own the private walls and, you know, come to some sort of solution. I think involving the town in it is a good idea, but like you said, West End people may not care as much about it. I mean, we hear it. You know, we hear people telling us all the time, why should I pay for their seawalls? You know, and Marty brings up a good point that it's bigger than that. You know, if a seawall breaches, then you can't get to Front Street anymore. You know, so it is a big, big issue. and there's not a clear solution for it. But I think we do have to push for state and federal aid to get this stuff moving, so.
Your answer to the people that might not be on the seawall, they might be west of 3A, could be the same reason they contribute towards buying open space.
Absolutely. Absolutely right, benefits the whole town.
Good point.
Absolutely right, benefits the whole town. The only other thing I'd add is, as I said a couple weeks ago, I'm on the Governor's Council for Coastal Erosion. We have our first meeting coming up in a couple weeks, and some of these things might be discussed there as well, and so I can report back to the board about that and maybe get some ideas, some other ideas too.
Yeah, how are other,
One second, I'll go out to the audience in like 1 minute, okay? 1 sec.
and how are other communities
How are
dealing
other
with this as
communities
well?
doing it?
I mean, we're not the only
Yeah, right.
coastal community.
Well, I think to your point, it's not just the town of Situate's problem, but you have a unique opportunity every May to have an election ballot that's based on local issues. And I think this is, our opportunity to get a read from the community, because we certainly spend a lot of time with it. The Coastal Coalition and other folks who live in the sea area spend a tremendous amount of time of it, and it's dominating all our time. It's dominating everything related to the ocean, between the FEMA appeals, the FEMA reimbursements, the CRS, the hazard elevation grants, the repairs we're doing to the seawalls and the revetments. It is consuming us. So if it's dominating that much time, then proportionately maybe the allocation of funds should help assist that as well. And like I said, we have an opportunity to discuss this further. If you're amenable, Al and Kevin and I can work on some sample potential questions. Obviously, a debt exclusion override is an option. Maybe that's just a question. Would you be inclined to support a debt exclusion override for 5 million, 10 million, whatever? So
It's got to be outlined, I mean,
Yeah.
I understand there'll be more detail
Yeah.
than that, but,
Yep.
just as a first cut, and I hate to raise the issue of FEMA maps, so I'm not going to talk about the new FEMA maps, I'm talking about the old FEMA maps, just as a rough idea here.
The old or the old new?
Well, the ones that are non-controversial, go as far back as you need to get non-controversial, you know what I mean? Because I don't want that to be the issue.
Right.
And it'd be a rough cut, non-binding gig, but run some numbers as to what a betterment would be for people who aren't in any floodplain at all versus there's like 4 different gradations of it, and run those numbers, and as a spreadsheet, simply to see how much money that would generate over X number of years, and see if it's even workable. Because if it ends up that we're charging everybody on the West End $1 million, and we're charging everybody on Turner Road $4 million, we know it's not going to work.
Right.
But if it ends up to be, whatever and whatever and whatever, that maybe that can do it or not. And that's one place, that's one obvious place to start, and I'm not getting involved in the FEMA mapping, because I'm just saying go back, somewhere back where it's not a huge issue.
get a
Just
benchmark?
to get a rough idea, just a benchmark.
Okay.
Just a benchmark,
All right.
I mean, I think we don't need to worry, I mean, we know it's a $60 million problem.
Right.
I mean, the math isn't as important as to whether people have an appetite to pay for it through those mechanisms. Yeah,
But you gotta tell them how much you're gonna ask them. If you're gonna ask them to pay, you gotta tell them how much they're paying,
yeah.
at least roughly.
To get a...
I mean, Al could say,
feeling
you can only do $5 million worth of work a year, it's a 12-year project.
And it's gonna cost you this much roughly.
Right.
Well-
If you live in the West End, or if you live nowhere near a floodplain, it's gonna cost you this much, and if you live, if that's, the direction to go.
Well, we need a comprehensive plan. I mean, we have to look at, first of all, we already know which walls are in the worst shape all the way down the line.
Yeah.
We have to look at private walls, we have to figure out what we're going to do about that, and then we look at the numbers. I mean, we have to figure out what are we going to do as far as being able to get in there and do repairs or replacements,
There's a lot of moving pieces.
That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know what, there's a great discussion that I think I look forward to putting it up after we finish the budget today, whether it's our next meeting or the meeting thereafter,
Yeah.
because we can spend a
Hopefully
lot
you'll
of time
finish the
discussing it.
budget.
And to be honest with you, I revel it. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to vet a lot of these issues.
Thank you. One woman had her hand up, and I'm going to recognize her. There you probably came. Could you just identify your name and address?
Susan Chason, I live at 64 Wallingford Drive. My question is, do they have a percentage of the CPC funds that are going to go towards the seawalls, or has that been brought up in any case?
CPC funds can only be used on public seawalls in a recreational area like a beach. So that is a very limit
Would the
of
harbor
it.
area qualify, or because because people go down there?
No, it has to be a recreational area or historical. We've been able to use CPC funds to spend money at the lighthouse because that's a historical building. But CPC funds can only be used for seawall protection on public beaches.
Gentlemen, name and
My
address?
name's Brian Jason. I'm just to follow up on that. If your point was that if you did the work, it all becomes public accessible beaches and then a recreation area?
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah,
Once,
absolutely.
the more we own, the more, you know, if it has the potential.
Right.
But if you go in and do the work and be
Could be.
decent or something,
That-
you recognize it as a
Sure.
public recreation area, which is a beach.
And we've had that discussion before. You're exactly right, that if people give us their accessibility, then
Passive
you have
recreation.
more access to privately, like on the Edward Foster Road area and stuff like that.
So that would be
Yeah.
recreation?
Could be.
That's that's the sort of stuff we're throwing in the mix.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I'd add is CPC isn't the solution.
Right.
I mean, CPC is only $1 million a year for all the projects. So it could be some contributor in piece, possibly, but if you see the people vying for those projects, you know, that may assist some areas, but I don't think it's the answer, but.
And either one of you might be a good candidate for CPC. Think about it in June.
All right. Okay.
Kevin?
I'm sorry, Kevin.
Just 2 seconds. I just want to talk about the grant rounds that are coming out and what we've
Yeah.
been looking at. A lot of the grants are more for greener solutions. Instead of putting a seawall up, is building natural berms in different areas. We've applied for some of the greener grant applications down off Glades Road, and that's to add additional sand, because that beach, we've noticed, the sand is probably getting down 5 feet in some areas where we've lost over the years. And that used to be supplemented by the Army Corps of Engineers, but they're not doing it anymore. We've applied for it. There was a green grant that we applied for. We're technically on the cusp of it because we still have a seawall there, and they consider that a hard wall is hard fighting back the ocean, where the sand we're trying to justify as being a green initiative. But they might be giving out $1.2 million with a max $200,000 per town. In some of the Cantwell initiatives, those are for basically, a lot of them are just low-interest loans, to get a low-interest loan for the town. So by getting a $2 million grant isn't always a huge windfall, because you still have to pay the money back, and that's what I want to make sure people understood. If we do get a grant for $2 million to do a good section of seawall, they're going to look for the money back, so.
And the other thing, too, is when we talk about, we work really hard here to use the term foreshore protection as opposed to seawalls.
Yeah.
Because the $350,000 you approved last week to shore up the berm at Musquashakett Pond is foreshore protection. So it comes in many different shapes and sizes, and it's just not necessarily for seawalls if we go forward with a very robust program.
Okay. Dave Ball, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just want to make a very quick comment. The Edward Foster Road seawall is an interesting example, and I get concerned when that is referred to as a private seawall. It clearly is not a private seawall. It was constructed by the state. We have the documentation that it was constructed by the state. The question is it sitting on privately owned land? But the wall itself was built with public funds. It was repaired over the years with public funds, and as a matter of fact, in 1978, FEMA funded repairs after Elizabeth 78. So I just want to make that distinction, that it's not a private wall sitting on private property. It's a publicly built wall. The question of the landowner should come with that. Very important differentiation.
I would just add that most of the seawalls in town were built by the federal or state government, and that private residents are eligible to get FEMA reimbursement if they're damaged in a storm.
Cool. Great. Anyone else? Any other comments? Okay. Thank you very much.
So you'll come back with some proposed questions?
want to
On the
get...
25th.
Next meeting?
I want to talk more.
All right. Next is the Economic, Economic Development Commission.
162? What is it?
182.
182.
It's just in general. That's from Tricia's. 182. Here we go. 182.
182?
I don't have it. Right here.
Is it in my budget?
I don't have it.
No, I don't have it.
Hold on, hold on. It's actually, go to 149, and it's behind there.
Not that 5 pages.
Right, Sheila? Sheila did the budget book. So there's a yellow, it's right behind
Watch you
it.
like a hawk, Sheila.
There it is. 149. Is everyone there? Yep. Okay.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hi, how are you?
Hi,
Good, how are you?
Good.
You guys ready?
Good. Yes, I think so.
So we're here to present the proposed budget, 2015 budget for the Economic Development Commission. The mission statement of the EDC is to enhance the existing business community, to attract new business, attract new customers, and encourage redevelopment and new development as may be advisable in order to increase the town's tax revenues, income, job base, and overall economic health.
I can't hear. I can't hear.
And I'm happy to go through this.
Excuse me, it's just hard for us to hear. If you want to go outside and talk all you want, thanks.
I thought you meant us.
I can talk louder.
You did? No, I mean...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there's Monty.
And with me is Monty Newman, one of the members of the EDC. And I'm happy to go through the entire proposal, or just the numbers, whatever you prefer. I can continue going through our goals and objectives for 2015, or
Yes,
cut to
if
the
you
chase.
don't mind. Well, if you don't mind, it's a fairly new commission, so.
Yeah, so as we move forward, we have a number of goals. Number one of those goals is to complete the final phase of the MAPC market study. We'll be coming before you in 2 weeks' time, I believe, to present the first phase of the 3-phase program. We have funding for the first 2 phases, but we still need funding for that third and final phase, which is really the most important because it will identify specific implementation strategies coming out of the findings. So it's really kind of the action-oriented piece of this 3-phase program. Related to that, and an outcome of that MAPC market study, is a desire to really transition our focus as a group from what we've done here for the last year or two, which is really focusing on kind of study and analysis to kind of make sure we understand the framework of opportunities and challenges that face economic development issues in Scituate, and now move into implementation and begin to start achieving some tangible goals. And we believe that this independent, we think objective MAPC study is going to be an important facet for providing us with that, some of those guideposts to allow us to move into implementation. We want to continue to educate the community about the value of economic development in achieving goals like, increasing the tax revenues, the job base, the overall economic health, both for, new businesses that were to come into Scituate, but also importantly for the existing businesses that are here already. And that continues to be a major focus, and we think a major area of opportunity. We want to continue to conduct outreach efforts to the local business community. We recognize that we do have a number of, pretty independent organizations and business centers in various parts of town. That includes North Scituate, obviously, and the harbor, but Greenbush, 3A, Humrock are all important areas. So we want to make sure that we continue to kind of, take the pulse of those areas, are sure that we understand, what their concerns are, where their areas of focus are, so that we can work in lockstep with them and not accidentally, kind of be stepping on each other. We want to engage local developers and and hold some business development summits that focus on some of those specific areas, like the harbor and North Scituate, Greenbush area, beginning to get their perspective on the opportunities, the challenges, the needs that they face as developers, if they were to come in and work on, improving existing infrastructure or existing businesses, or, begin to take advantage of some of the new opportunities that may surface from the MAPC study. And also, we want to really focus this year on the community brand. What is our brand? What is our, what is our unique selling proposition? What is our value prop? And begin to market and promote the current Scituate opportunities, the businesses in our town, not only within the town, but also look to start spreading that news outside of the town and explore the possibility of beginning to market Scituate as a destination for people, for a variety of reasons. I think a lot of people would say we're a well-kept secret. So that ties back to the outreach to local business communities. We want to make sure that we are working in partnership with them and with efforts that may already be underway or in the planning stage, so that we, push forward with a brand that's going to be supported and promoted, by everybody who's involved.
Chris, I just had, before you go on to the numbers, I just had a question, and you just touched on it, not to put you on the spot, but what do you consider some of the challenges in North Scituate, for an example?
In North Scituate?
Right. What if you were to pick one, what would that be? And I'll tell you where I'm going with this in a minute.
Sure. Well, it's too bad Ann Burbine isn't able to join us.
She's always
today.
here, right?
She's the challenge?
No, but you know what? I would say what we've heard more than anything is the absence of sewer capability, or the lack of sewer capability in North Scituate.
It holds everything up.
And that's both from the local business community as well as, from people, from developers and others. I'd say that's probably the biggest challenge that we hear.
And I'm gonna circle back to that at the end of the meeting on other petition article, okay? All right, but thank you.
Yeah.
That's good.
Sure. Okay, so moving into our budget components.
It's so funny.
We put together a list of 7 or 8 components that we proposed. One, obviously, is funding to complete Phase 3 of the MAPC market study. That's cost estimated at $11,000. We included money to organize and host 3 business development summits, and to cover things like, any room rental costs, food, we're talking about Dunkin' Donuts type stuff, right? Coffee and those kinds of things, any miscellaneous supplies, and then the efforts to organize that and conduct outreach to attendees. We proposed last year, and we have proposed again this year, some funding for administrative support for a contractor who would be part-time. And this person would be, we would be looking to that person to help us in a number of ways, really help with a lot of the implementation, kind of what could be day-to-day nuts and bolts, coordinating those business summits. I think really importantly, identifying new funding sources, and potentially being involved in grant writing. I think there is a lot of funding. Obviously, the MAPC started with a grant, so we'd like to make sure that we're exploring and taking advantage of other grant opportunities that may exist. Signage implementation is another line item in our budget, and this is something that came out of the 2002 harbor charrette that was done, which is, I think, a very interesting and very actionable study of the harbor that was done in 2002. It, I think, kind of wrapped up with a number of really tangible recommendations, one of which was signage, the lack of it, the importance of it. I personally would expand, when we talk about the harbor, I think conceivably that expands, down the Driftway, to that gateway in Greenbush. But that is something that we think is another example of low-hanging fruit that can help the town. We have a line item for what I talked about earlier, and that is branding, business marketing, promotion, actually beginning to, it's the work to establish a brand platform, but it's also then the cost of designing and producing what I'll call demand generation advertising, right? So getting the word out, collateral materials that market and promote our existing businesses and our existing business opportunities. That could certainly include things like, collateral. It could also conceivably, include a radio commercial or, other kinds of online advertising, for example. But, I think that's an area that's really important. I think we have the existing businesses, and we have the draw, we have reasons to come visit Scituate, and I think it's worth exploring, what we could generate if we were getting the word outside of our borders, outside of our South Shore area. We've talked as a group about the potential to lure, people from Boston on the weekend, especially if we are successful in re-implementing weekend train service. Obviously, that's a big factor, but especially if weekend train service comes back, I think there's a lot of opportunities to market Scituate as a day destination or an overnight destination for people who are in the city who, maybe they go north, right? And they haven't thought about coming south because, they aren't aware of the fishing, the golf, the beach, the shopping opportunities that exist out here. It's a getaway that's 25 miles away. So that marketing activity is an important line item in here. We had put in here another issue that we hear a lot. It was in that 2002 design charrette. It is feedback that we got from the survey that we did a year or two ago, and that has to do with harbor parking. And is there a way to improve that? Is there a way to better use the Cole Parkway area? I don't know if there is, but we included a fairly small amount of money to explore creating a parking plan for that Front Street Cole Parkway area. We have two somewhat miscellaneous line items. One is for printing and production, and another is kind of a miscellaneous general admin budget. And so our total budget request, I'm sorry, and I missed one other, which was a FEMA business impact study. I apologize, I skipped over that. Obviously there's been a lot of discussion tonight about seawalls. There's obviously been a lot of press about the impact of the FEMA study and rewriting some of the floodplain boundaries. A lot of that has to do with, the impact on insurance. What this money would look at is what is the potential business impact of those changing FEMA boundaries. So the total budget request for 2015 is $97,500.
Just a question, Chris, on that. We're not going to see those maps for at least another year. So we really don't have anything concrete to look at,
Yeah,
Eventually.
this is their request. What was recommended is different.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you, I wasn't sure if I should go through what was recommended or...
No, that's fine. I can tell you, if you want, it would be helpful on each of those ones that Chris just itemized, what I've recommended for each line item. If that's helpful, we'll take a minute. If you want, do you have that? Yeah. Do you want it? Then you do it, Chris.
Briefly, just...
Yeah. So after Chris and I sat down before the budget development, then they submitted the budget, then we had another chat about where I was in terms of the requests. I don't think we're far apart, but you can go and tell them what, so you see here what they requested, and then he has what I've recommended.
Yeah, so the administrator's recommendation for the MAPC is full funding of $11,000. The recommendation to the business development summits is $1,000.
You were looking for 25.
We were asking for 25. The administrator's recommendation is 1,000. We asked for a budget of 20,000 for a business coordinator, and the recommendation from the administrator is 20. The signage implementation request was 30,000, and the administrator's recommendation is 22. The branding and marketing request was $20,000, and the recommendation is $20,000. The FEMA business impact recommendation, request was $5,000, and the recommendation was 0. The harbor parking plan request was $5,000. The recommendation is 0, with the additional point of view that this really falls under the DPW's purview, and that some funding has been allocated to the DPW. And I think we talked about the value of kind of partnering from if nothing else, a consultative standpoint on, on that.
0, because 6K from DPW.
The request for printing production was $3,000. The recommendation was 0, and noted to be included, to be taken out of that marketing line item, instead of having a separate line item for that. And then the administrative request was $1,000, and the recommendation was 0. And then, I guess another line item that was added by the town administrator was a recommendation of $13,500 be added to our budget from proceeds generated by the meals tax.
Well, that's not quite accurate. Town meeting last year created an economic stabilization fund.
Right.
You created it. So $13,500 is
I'm sorry, right, would go into the
recommended
fund.
to that.
Chris,
What
yes.
Chris is referring to is, and Tony, you can help explain this as well, is
Right.
we had a decision to make back in December when the financial forecast met about how we would treat the meals tax revenue. And since there was discussion last year in a petition article about the meals tax being earmarked for economic development and to what degree it should be allocated for that, the Financial Forecast Committee, which is made up of representatives from school, advisory, capital, selectmen, financial staff, recommended that 25% of the meals tax revenue be allocated to economic development. So essentially, a lot of this budget is being funded by that $53,000. We estimate, we have a DOR projection that Nancy got, that the meals tax receipts would be around $218,000. And so if you do the math on that, 25% is $53,000. So that's what's helping fund this sort of new revenue to help them really start to dig into some of their goals after sort of getting their feet wet and everything after the last 2 years.
Your total recommendation is 91.5.
91.5, yep.
So is the 13.5 to go into the stabilization fund?
Yes,
So we're only at, of the 91, there's only another 30.
78. Right, their budget's 78, and then 13.5 would bring them up to essentially, what they requested originally anyway.
Are you suggesting taking money that's already in the stabilization fund, or putting that money in there?
No, that's part, that's allocating money in there.
Right, so the total equals 91, of which 53 is funded from the meals
Yes.
tax, so the budget's 37, 38.
If you want to, I mean, we see it all as local receipts, but if you want to bifurcate it that way, that's fine.
So overall, that's $91,000 up from $20,000 last year. Only 11 of it is actually going to complete the study. So you've got quite a bit of money here to actually do stuff with, and see, I'm not going to nitpick sign, why we spend 30 grand on signs, but whatever initiatives you see are working, I think this gives you a good base to make some steps forward and see what sort of progress the committee can make. The one question I did have is under the, is this actually hiring somebody? Is that what you're suggesting? Professional services, the contractor? Is that?
I believe it's a half-time contracted role.
Okay, so there'd be an employee, not a consultant? How would that work?
No, they asked for employee, I told them to buy it, so it's going to be contracted.
It will be, okay, so
Yes,
some sort of
not
consultant.
an employee.
Yeah.
Correct.
For 1 year, or?
Well, we'll see how it goes. The way we've
Funded
set,
for 1 year.
the way we've set up the budget is that all of it's sort of in this broad category called technical services. There's 74,000 in
Right.
there. So if they find out they want to do more in one aspect and less than another, they'll have the flexibility within the budget line item, the way we set it up, to do that. So maybe they need less consulting, but more signage, or more branding and more marketing. The budget's set up to allow them to have that flexibility, but we sort of know, we're going into it, what we relatively thought they would each cost.
I guess my point is, you've got a bucket of money now that you can try and do something with. I'd be interested to see after the fact where you actually spent it.
Yeah.
And what
Yeah.
sort of, successful things, and what sort of projects you've moved forward on, and where you think the next step is. I assume whatever the MAPC thing comes back and says, you're going to divert some of this money towards those areas.
Correct.
And you've got the funding to do it. So I think this is a big step forward, and
No,
hopefully-
and we agree. And, I mentioned as an early goal, and this was really pre-budget discussion, the desire, and we feel the need to move into an implementation phase. I think it was important for us to spend some time and spend some effort to make sure that we understand the landscape. I think we've done that. I think the MAPC study, which we'll share with you in a couple of weeks, is, it's not, I don't want to paint the wrong picture. It's not earth-shattering. There is no silver bullet that we're going to share with you, but I think probably everybody figured that might be the case. But it is, again, I think the power of that study is that it is objective, it is thorough, and I think when you compare the findings from this study to some of the feedback that we got from surveys, some of the feedback that we've gotten from meeting with local, business groups and individual business owners, it all fits together. And I think it gives us, and should give you, the confidence that we have a clear view of opportunities and challenges, and from that can create an action plan that begins to, put some rubber on the road.
Great, yeah. Very interested to see the action plan once you get that study back.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Rick.
Tricia, are we going to be able to vote on this as a line item, or is this going to be in part of the other budget somewhere?
It's part of the operating budget, and it's Board of Selectmen / Economic Development under the budget.
Okay.
John.
I just,
I'm sorry.
oh,
Okay,
can
go
finish?
ahead. I didn't realize
Yeah,
you did.
I'm taking a little bit of a different tack here, and I've sort of had a change in heart about EDC, and not you individuals or members. But my eyes were really opened when we were doing that vote several months ago about how many different tax rates we're going to have, and we always say there's going to be one tax rate. And remember, we had all that backup material in there that showed how much of our percentage of dollars really came from the businesses and how much came from residential. And when we just did a back-of-the-envelope calculation, if you double the amount of business in town, which I don't think anybody says we can do, I think the amount of tax relief it would provide the residents is something like $8 on a $500,000 home, maybe $15. Maybe I'm way off. It's $30.
Very small number.
Very, very small number. So I think all our efforts should be in certain aspects of this, like the branding and the getting the word out through the web, and just getting people here to come to the restaurants, to drive up the receipts, to come to our extant shops, to drive things up. And I think I'm going to be very interested in the MAPC money, or project and so on. Cole Parkway that's being done by DPW. I look at the other, and it's 97,000 or 91,000. It's coming from here, coming from there. I just think that's a big number when we're arguing about all sorts of different things around town. That's an additional staff to help our veterans or seniors or something else. And I think that the economic development is important, but I'd much rather see this budget spun way down, and you guys working real hard on the marketing side and bringing people in. That's just my point. And it was just driven by those numbers about, bringing in new business here. I mean, we all talk about the Greenway and all this. Double the amount. So let's add another pipe. Let's add another grocery store. Let's add all this, double it all up, and it's only going to save us, each of us, a certain amount of money. I just don't think it's worth it. I'd rather have you guys putting all your effort into one of these bins than this distributed approach. It's just my 2 cents at this point.
Charlie, thanks.
I can't wait to see the report. I think it's going to be exciting to read what they have to say. I have to say I'm glad to see that there are funds. It's something that this commission has been looking for, and I think it's a great opportunity now. Let's take a look and see what the report. I like the idea that you're coming back with some implementation. We talked about branding 3 years ago, and I know now's the time to start doing it. Cole Parkway is something that this board has talked about. I've read the charrette. I was actually at the meeting of the charrette in 2001 and when it came out in 2002, and I think that's a great report, if you will, that should be implemented, maybe not in fully, but at least in part. I see that you've taken the signage from there, and Cole Parkway is another element of it. So I think this is a great opportunity. I go to Rick's point, which I think is correct. Go back and see if you could talk to the assessors, if you haven't already, because when they came before us back in, was it November, to set the tax rate, I was surprised to find out that towns like Hanover, who have a disparity, who do not have a disparity in their tax rate, and yet it's 10% commercial, that means business, as opposed to like industrial commercial, I'm saying, for people on TV, do not. And I was stunned, which kind of was the reason when we talked about this back in 2009 and 2010, can we have that disparity in the tax rate to offset taxes for the residents on the residential line? And I think the answer is probably ultimately no, but that's okay. I think, you know, the ideas that you're coming up with and percolating that we'll be able to implement, hopefully through the MAPC component, is going to be very viable to draw people to town, presumably through tourism, through the beaches, which is what this town really has, with 20 miles from Boston. I love the idea, and certainly between this board and I think maybe our representatives trying to talk to the MBTA and saying, let's get some weekend service back here, not just for the people that come to town, but also the benefit of people in town to be able to go to Boston. I mean, I don't have that opportunity during a weekday. You folks don't either. The time we do is during the weekend, so we have to drive. That's a shame. But I commend the commission on your efforts, and this is great. I hope you're satisfied, because I know last year was a little less, but it's a lot more this year, and I think we're moving in the right direction.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Monty.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chris, look into how much it costs to get something to drive us on Google, to get our Google search up.
Yeah.
The only advantage is just a simple line item, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's probably 10 grand. 16 grand. Lasts for years.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tris. Thanks, Monty.
Capital plan. Dave, thanks for being patient. Appreciate it. Dave, how are you tonight?
How are you guys?
Good. Floor's all yours, Dave.
All right, first I'd like to thank the Capital Planning Committee, which for the first time is a complete committee as of this year, with 5 members, Frank Nash, Tony Machini, Chris Karsha, Jack Whitaker, and myself. And also thank Jamie Gilmer, who had been our advisory liaison, and Patricia and Nancy for putting the capital plan together for us. The Capital Plan Committee is an appointed group from the town moderator. The town administrator presents us recommendations which have been vetted and ranked through a rating system with 6 criteria, including overall fiscal impact, legal obligations, and compliance with the master plan, impact on service to the public, urgency of maintenance needs, prior phases, and departmental priority. We then, over the last 3 months, met with all the department heads and discussed their fiscal 2015 capital requests per their application. As a committee, we've also toured the town on a very cold Friday and saw many of the capital requests firsthand. This is a 5-year capital plan that requires requests through FY19. So the initial unrestricted FY15 departmental capital requests submitted came in at an overall total of $70,909,000, and a total roughly of about $150 million in capital requests in the out years, out to FY19. With that, we can go through Article 5, the capital improvement plan. I don't know how you want to do it. If you want to go through as the article is written or per the town administrator.
Either way, it doesn't.
Okay.
Has it changed since the last meeting, Nancy? The one I have? Date?
Whatever's in your packet is the most up-to-date.
Okay, all right, and both, okay.
So Dave, that 71 was for this year?
FY
Fiscal year.
15, correct.
What are, is this like an article?
150 million total spread through FY 19.
Yeah, all right, gotcha. Yeah, it's back in this part.
Do you have an extra copy?
Oh, yeah.
I have one, Tricia.
Is that extra? Okay, that's all right, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Dave, if you wouldn't mind running through them like you did at your last meeting, and maybe if we have questions, comments.
So we'll do it based upon the spreadsheet here, the TA recommendation?
That's dated March 6th at 8:20 a.m. on the right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I have.
March
That's what you
11th.
got?
Oh, you got a newer one.
You know what, I printed that this morning.
Okay.
It's okay,
Maybe it
you're
hasn't
okay.
changed,
No,
the
it's
figures.
just a date print.
All right.
Fine. Thank you. Thanks, Nancy.
Today is March 11th, isn't it?
Yeah.
Correct.
Wrong day.
Same day.
Okay, the first being the integrated financial software as presented by Nancy, and also we heard from the school committee from Paul Donlin and Superintendent McCarthy and Bill Sheehan. It's for $400,000 for integrated financial software, $200,000 from free cash, and $200,000 from borrowing. This is an integrated financial management software program to provide general ledger, budget, fixed asset, collection, treasury, cash management, payroll, and utility billing functions for both town and schools. As a committee, we heard input again from explanations from finance and IT and the school department, who will all be using this integrated financial software. Currently, we have multiple vendors and requires multiple imports and exports, which result in higher probability of human error and could potentially reduce the town's overall audit budget expense. We voted on that.
What's just a quick...
Go ahead, Tony.
Quick, what is the incremental fee? Is it 10 or 18%? What's the incremental expense of buying that software? Typically, there's like an 18% service fee every year. So are we adding a $60,000 line item to the maintenance of this?
We already have a maintenance line item. We're paying Tyler Technologies as well as the other vendor, somewhere to the tune of about $80,000 a year.
80?
This is what we do.
There's a slide in that presentation specific to that.
And how many users? About?
The
In
whole town, the
Yeah,
whole
but-
town.
Well, not the whole town, but how many people, so, school, how many people in here? 20 people in town hall and...
All department heads have access, as well as a lot of the clerical staff.
Right.
And the schools, they would want to use it drill it all the way down to the local school level so that they could input their requisitions and bring them up. So you're literally talking dozens of users.
And then it's going to automate payroll. So when it automates payroll, every employee will have to touch it at some point to verify their hours worked. So that's all a manual process right now. And that's been bargained. So in anticipation of us needing to do this. I should say, yeah, again, it's fairly unique that the town has not had a financial integrated system. However, 5 years ago, you bought a new payroll system, and so it didn't make sense to, it was around $35,000, I think. But finance and treasury cannot talk to each other. And so that leads to a lot of manual dual entry that we'll get increased efficiencies from.
Makes sense?
Did I answer it, Tony?
Yeah.
All right.
It's expensive, but yeah.
It's incredibly expensive.
And that was recommended, obviously?
Unanimously.
Okay.
The next item is the radio communications replacement. This is presented by Chief Rick Judge, which $288,000 of that, $80,000 comes from free cash, $208,000 from borrowing. Radio communication replacement of the VHF repeater that is located at the police station and going to a UHF system. Currently, the problem that we have, as described by Allcom, was determined to be the change to a narrowing band combined with aging equipment, not like other items in town. An antenna was recently replaced in the tower behind the police station, and an additional antenna was added to the fire headquarters, which improved reception slightly, but not to a satisfactory level. Although the current VHF system is functional, it is time to convert to a UHF, which is what our neighboring towns have done over the last 10 years. We'd be one of the last to do so. A switch to the UHF system will enhance the department's interoperability while providing a more robust radio system to improve the firefighter safety. And as a committee, we voted unanimously
So,
to support that.
simple question to a simple layman here. Is the fire department going to be able to talk to the police department?
Once we have the new system, they will.
All right, thank you.
Currently, they have two.
The original request was to sort of repair the repeater again for about $27,000, I think. And after the capital plan was recommended, we switched it out to actually replace it, which is the more prudent thing to do.
Tricia, can I ask maybe a question of you? Now, in the event we have to contact another town for mutual aid, if there was a situation in Humrock, Dave, you mentioned it's in other towns, so it made me think of it. Do the other towns, are they on this frequency, or does that go through the dispatch, and then they might ask for backup from another town? Or, if it's too technical, if you kind of, that's all right, I just...
Yeah, it's a little technical, but I believe...
Other towns have to dial to another frequency to contact Scituate. We're the only town where they have, who is still on this old frequency.
But this will change.
That'll change.
This will change that.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Moving on.
I'll get to some inexpensive things in a few.
Pretty soon they're going to be giving us money, Tony.
Roadway.
Next up is roadway improvements. That was presented by Kevin Cafferty on DPW for $200,000. Sorry, $400,000. $200,000 comes from taxation, $200,000 from borrowing. This is outside of our Chapter 90 monies. Depending upon the funding and the priority of the roads, it's to grind and resurface, repair drainage, line stripe, and improve signage on Lotus Ave, Edith Holmes Drive, Kingsway, First Parish from Country Way to Route 3A. Also there, it's going to repair the sidewalk and the drainage. We're also going to repair the access to Central Fire Station, the police station, and Town Hall. The sidewalk along Jericho from Beaver Dam to Foam Road, Jericho Road, and then Lighthouse Road, Rebecca Road, and sections of Turner Road and Oceanside, which are all associated with water main replacement. So,
Does that include First Parish from Branch to the railroad tracks? I noticed that was a part of their initial plan. I just wasn't sure if that maybe was scrapped.
I don't think that was on my...
No problem. That's fine.
So this is only an additional $200,000 above and beyond the override money, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it was the last few years.
And again, we voted as a committee unanimously to support this.
Okay, all set? Handicap van?
Handicap van.
40,000, is it, Dave?
Yeah, it is. I just have this written a little differently than the...
Trying to
Bear
remember,
with
that
me
was
one moment.
Paul and John were talking about one that was, aren't they using the spare right now? And the one was involved in an accident, so they were forced to use a backup.
Correct. Basically, the spare that we're using right now is a 2003, I believe. It broke down twice already this year. We typically need to contract out for about $90 a day. The new one, I believe we have $6,000 in insurance money for the van, and this is to acquire a handicap van for the school.
Right. He talked about renting and so forth, and then got into a whole discussion about leasing and so forth.
And this is out of their free cash as well. We voted unanimously to support that.
No questions, comments? Okay.
No.
Moving on. I'm sorry.
40,000.
Oh, 40, yeah.
The next item was presented by the town administrator was to acquire a trolley. We were looking for $65,000 to acquire a new or used trolley to move transient boaters from the harbor to Peggotty Beach to Widows Walk. And as presented to us, we were looking for a little bit more of, to prove some more demand based upon a study or another route configuration that encompasses areas such as North Scituate. And as a committee, we voted unanimously to not support the town administrator's recommendation.
Why was that again? I'm sorry. 'Cause I was talking.
Just, we didn't think that, as presented to us, that there was a proven demand for boaters to move to Widows Walk, to move to Peggotty, and how the townspeople would be benefit.
Let me ask you this, if it was to be used to, obviously, maybe to access some of the beaches, which would be to the same area, but also to go to Wheeler Park or to Central Park or to go to Lincoln Park, I'm saying that, would that be something that they'd consider? I mean, we can always think about it next year, but GATRA right now has not come, and if it doesn't come, I'm looking at the trolley as another option that could be beneficial for the town in some capacity.
I think if we could prove demand, we could show a route configuration that included all of those which you mentioned, including North Scituate businesses, and also maybe consider a leasing program like we're doing in the school department with our buses.
Mm-hmm.
If it didn't work.
If it didn't work, that instead of purchasing a new used trolley, we'd have the option to maybe lease it, and if it didn't work after a year, to not renew the lease.
I thought some of the committee members were kind of stuck on the idea of it traveling from the harbor area to Widows Walk, and they had made a comment how many people bring their golf clubs on their boats, and I just think, again, that was, part of maybe an education or promotional piece that maybe was missing. Things have been mentioned since then that, how well it could, how wide it could be used. Things were mentioned even that night that I hadn't thought of. So.
Now, what does GATRA do now?
For Scituate?
Yeah.
Council on Aging in there.
So are they doing that loop?
GATRA is not doing the loop, no.
So they're just back to the ride?
So,
Isn't this more than just the boaters? I mean, isn't this actually going to go up down to Greenbush?
What, this
and
trolley?
Yeah.
And just a
Yes.
reminder, Greenbush isn't open on the weekends. There's no, currently, they are.
So let me talk about GATRA, because there's some misinformation about that, I think, on folks' minds, is we have a contract with GATRA to provide the transportation service for the Council on Aging.
Yeah.
That money comes off the cherry sheet, so it's a pass-through from state and federal money to the town to pay for that. There was excess funds for what it would cost. We pay, I think the assessment's around $116,000 in the cherry sheet. GATRA initial projections for that, I think, were around $96,000. Florence, it came in less. So with that excess cherry sheet money, Laura and I spent considerable time with GATRA developing a route that would do all those things you just talked about. Circle to Wheeler, Central, Lincoln, go to North Scituate, go to the harbor. That cost was wildly excessive. That it wouldn't, we even looked at a pilot program to do it for a few weeks for about $23,000. All in for the year, it would cost over $100,000. So, given the fact that there's been much discussion in the last few years about how do we move boaters out of the harbor or people from Greenbush to the harbor, which you just talked about at length with the economic, how do we do that? So the question is, we need a vehicle and we need to pay someone to do it. So the initial request was for the summer months to move people and also to include a beach. And then if that seemed to have a demand, then we obviously could expand it to North Scituate or whatever. But since GATRA can't provide that service to us unless we pay significant money to do it on an annual basis, then if we own or leasing is definitely a potential, maybe that wouldn't be a capital plant request in that respect. Then that would be a way to do it. So there's a personnel cost and a capital cost, essentially, if you take leasing out of the picture. So that was the impetus for it. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. It was simply a way to react to multiple concerns expressed by the Waterways Commission, and some members of Economic Development to get people from the harbor to elsewhere and vice versa to Greenbush. Obviously, when the Greenbush weekend service ended, that's an issue. There's an effort afoot to bring it back, but that was the issue. Is we have a real problem with trying to move people, not only around the community, but to the harbor, and a lot of transient boaters who come here who might want to golf or whatever, so. Or get.
Could we do
to
it?
Greenbush.
I mean, to Dave's point about, can we rent one of these things for a year?
Well, that just doesn't make it a capital. I mean, their
Yeah, I know,
recommendation is
yeah,
to
right,
buy, right, and I think that makes sense. I mean, to get our arms around what the demand is and how successful it is, I think, another conversation.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm sure you've heard, how do we move these people
Yeah, no,
around town?
I totally support the goal, I'm just trying to figure out how to get there.
Yep, yep.
And I don't know if you said it earlier, but was discussed 12 weeks, May to September.
Yeah, right.
Trial period.
Just a quick question, Tricia. What would that, like the personnel costs, and what would that fall under? I mean,
The personnel cost was for 12 weeks, was 3/4 from waterways and 1/4 from widows.
Oh.
And that was in their budget.
The reason why I'm thinking about it is, I think it's a great idea.
I like that.
If it doesn't happen this year, the one thing is, I was curious, did the merchants or the Chamber of Commerce, were they aware of it? I suspect if they weren't, I'm sure they'd be on board about it for purposes of business. And then, with GATRA, I'm thinking, like I say, the option of trying to get our senior age group to maybe use it, and then getting them down to the beach, maybe if they want, or being able to use it. I think it's a possibility, but maybe not this year. I'm not, I'm not, I'd like to reconsider it again next year.
All right.
Well, again, it might not be capital, too. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
let's rent the
leasing
thing.
is a viable option.
I'd say lease it,
Yeah, as I said, just as presented to
Yeah.
us.
as a capital
Yeah,
investment.
as a capital.
My only concern would be if you do it and it might not get a lot of ridership the first year, I'm fine with that, because it might take a little bit to grow in the population, to grow in the message, but maybe even after 2 or 3 years, it's not as big as, despite all our best intentions, that we think it might be, and then we've got a trolley sitting around.
Yep.
So,
Kind of like a,
Would it be a huge investment? Well, maybe not. Resell it. I don't think it's
Yeah.
that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
be our selectman's private car.
Foreshore protection.
Next item, foreshore protection. We've had a lot of conversation about this tonight already. We have, or we heard from Kevin Cafferty, 500,000, 200,000 from taxation, 300 from borrowing. The Seawall Committee has requested to set this side amount each year going forward. It's an ongoing commitment, as there's roughly 55 million plus in seawall repairs that need to be made. Currently, there's $8 million requested from FEMA, and we'll need to fund about 2.2 million of that. And again, we supported that unanimously.
Anyone else? Anyone? Okay.
well, so this is just earmarked for foreshore protection, but right now, is it specifically being earmarked then for the FEMA possibility, or just right now, it's just
That's
setting out
coming,
there?
that's later.
That's
that's
later?
coming later.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Next item is voting machines, presented by Kathy Crown, the town clerk. And $49,500. Last year, we appropriated $35,000 into the capital stabilization, which the remaining $14,500 will come from free cash. Our current Optech Eagles are roughly 22 years old, difficult to get parts for and fix, and would be a challenge if they broke down during a time, with big upcoming elections and require a hand tally. Last year, again, we appropriated the $35,000. The state finally came back with 2 recommendations, 4 replacements for towns, roughly $6,500 to $7,000 each, 6 districts, and 1 backup machine. We voted unanimously as a committee to support that.
Do you use the machines?
Are any of them by Diebold? Do you know?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thanks.
You mean like the ones with the hanging jads?
No, the company, DIE beyond it.
I
Yeah.
don't believe they were Diebold machines.
No, it's all right.
It doesn't sound familiar. I forget. By the way, she sent us an email.
There's a demo, yeah.
A demo.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Next item is the GIS permitting software, Phase 2. Bill Sheehan presented this to us, $35,750. This is the second phase of a 2-year capital expenditure with $58,750 appropriated in FY14.
This project is in response to the shortcomings of the existing permitting application, and a vendor was chosen with input from building, health, planning, and conservation. This is scheduled to be online April 1st of this year. We supported this fully as a committee.
It was 15, now it's 25, right, Dave? You said 25, right?
35,750.
35,750. That number changed?
Nope, that's permitting. I think you're
I'm
thinking of...
on the wrong line. Yeah, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, wrong line. Okay.
This is coming out of their free cash.
Okay.
The next item up is the Zoll monitor defibrillator, presented by Chief Judge for $40,000. $40,000 is coming from free cash. We're going to purchase a Zoll X Series monitor defibrillator. The Zoll Series X monitor uses new biophasic technology, which will replace our 6-year-old monophasic system. This item is vital and used on 80% of the advanced life support calls that we go on. This is the second phase of a 2-year part. We buy basically one of these every 2 years, and the price has gone up from $36,000 to $40,000 now.
That's for one unit?
For one unit.
Gotta have.
And we supported this.
If you need it, you need it.
Beverly was happy they had that last night.
Okay.
Rich Beverly? Yeah.
Oh, God.
Anyone else?
No, that's...
High school generator, is it?
Next item is up is the upgrade the Scituate High School school generators, presented by Superintendent McCarthy and Paul Donovan. $25,000. $25,000 is coming from free cash. Basically, the generator rewiring is essential to provide power to certain parts of the high school, mainly the cafeteria and the library, which is used both by the students and when the high school is used as a shelter during storm-related power outages. Originally, it was believed that the entire system would need to be replaced. Luckily, it doesn't, but potentially just a rewire which was a recent assessment by Amoresco.
Great.
Makes sense.
Yep.
We supported that unanimously as a committee. And next item is, sorry, any questions?
Nope.
Oh. Next item is to replace number 106, the 1983 dump truck by DPW. Kevin Cafferty presented this to us. $135,000, and that is coming, $135,000 from borrowing. Basically, we're replacing a large 6-wheel dump truck with over 100,000 miles on it, heavy rotten rust. We actually went out and took a look at the truck, and it is a mess. This truck's used for fighting snow as well as hauling.
Okay, I don't see any hands up.
We voted
Okay.
unanimously to support that. The next is the building ventilation in Town Hall, as presented by Kevin Kelly in Facilities. $35,000, $35,000 from free cash. We have inadequate exhaust systems and no supply air, which causes poor air quality and odor issues in Town Hall. So we're looking at putting a small exhaust in the bathroom, which is currently inadequate. A makeup, air, and exhaust system will be installed. And I don't know.
Yes, we need it.
Yeah. And we voted unanimously as a committee to support that.
All right. Moving on.
Okay, next up is John Deere loader replacement from DPW, $80,000. Kevin Cafferty presented this to us, $80,000 from the free cash. The John Deere loader, we're going to replace that with a case loader, which we're currently renting at about $2,400 a month. And the John Deere is currently down. It has about $18,000 in repairs. And we went out there, put eyes on it, and it does look a mess.
Kevin, will they apply our lease payments towards the purchase price? Awesome, great. Anyone else?
Next up is MS4 compliance, presented by DPW and Kevin Cafferty, $50,000. $50,000 is coming from free cash. This is the municipal separate sewer systems. It's an unfunded mandate requiring municipalities to follow more stringent guidelines in dealing with drainage systems. Compliance is required as part of our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit. It requires mapping and sampling at discharge points throughout town. We supported this unanimously.
Good.
Yep, 2-ton roller?
2-ton roller for the DPW and highways, $44,000.
Kevin Cafferty presented this to us, $44,000 from free cash. This is a 2-ton, a CAT CB4 24 2-ton vibratory roller to compress newly laid asphalt patches and repairs. It will keep the asphalt from falling off the street when they put it down, and no need for us to hire a contractor at $2,400 per day to do
We
this
don't have
work
one
for
now,
us.
right?
We have an antique one, but it's not
Very small.
vibratory.
1 ton, I think, it's out of commission,
Good.
or 2 ton.
What's inside the roller and makes it so heavy?
Water.
Just what?
I think it is.
Gold.
Gold, apparently. No, seriously, what's in it?
That's why it costs $44,000.
No, it's not a roller, it's like a vibratory roller.
Yeah.
It's used when you backfill a trench before you put asphalt down as well, therefore you won't get as much settlement.
What's in it that makes it heavy?
The old ones had water.
It's
just
it's usually steel. They
Steel?
do have
Yeah.
water in some of them if it's an asphalt roller, because you fill them with water.
Yeah.
And the water goes on the outside of the drum
Yeah.
to keep the asphalt from
Yeah.
sticking to it.
Yeah.
And the other one Sean was talking about for compacting the ground is usually like a sheep's foot, or it's a different type of roller.
Yeah.
And it runs,
Okay, thanks.
I can go on.
No, I'm sure you can.
I've actually driven both types, that's why I'm
You
like,
have?
oh, yeah.
No, you got one on me, I've never driven it.
That's what happened to my cat.
Okay. All right.
Next up is relocation of the Early Childhood Center. Superintendent McCarthy and Paul Donlin presented this to us. $200,000 is coming from free cash. We're going to move the center from the high school to Wampatuck Elementary School. We would need to renovate and bring up to code the bathrooms and the classrooms. The ECC will also now have its own entrance and fenced-in area. The motor room also for the special education group will be part of the move. That will require some fencing and carpeting as well. Moving this in light of a possibility of a Gates relocation or potential co-location would be timely with upcoming construction. And we voted unanimously to support this as a committee.
Good. So, hands up.
Next up is are the playground stairs at Jenkins School, $33,000, presented by Superintendent and Paul. $30,926 from free cash, $2,074 from stabilization interest. These are the playground stairs at Jenkins. The stairs were built roughly 10 years ago by our dad's club, and I want to thank them for donating their time. Currently, they're wood and gravel filth, deteriorating, and not safe for kids.
I hope the new ones are better. Sorry, Tony.
They are good.
And we voted to support this unanimously.
All right, command vehicle.
We didn't get $33,000 when we built them the first time.
Get pizzas and something.
Pizzas. A Coke, a warm Coke.
Next up is a command vehicle for the deputy for fire, presented by Chief Rick Judge, $40,000 from free cash. We're going to be replacing the 2002 Ford Explorer, which has about 100,000 miles on it. The cost of maintenance is no longer cost effective as it has serious rot on the body and the frame, and recently the right wheel fell off while they were driving down Oceanside Drive.
Jesus. I saw that yesterday. John Murphy's still driving it. I'm surprised it made it back to the station.
Other than that, what's wrong with it?
Probably be difficult to pass inspection.
Okay.
We voted unanimously to support.
Hey, we got the use out of it, that's great, you know?
Drive it to the ground.
I'm going to give it to Patrick. Roll over
Because he's
there.
not here.
No, put it the collection in the back there.
All right.
School technology.
School technology, phase one of 3 phases, 300,000 total. Of that, 100,000 from taxation, 200,000 from borrowing. This is phase one of a 3-year project. This project is getting the technology in the hands of our students and teachers to provide a 21st century education to our students. The goal is to create a BYOD, bring your own device, for grades 7 through 12, laptop carts for all the elementary schools, 3 laptop carts for Gates, and 5 for the high school. It would also include a projector in every classroom. There's approximately 60 of them. Provides sufficient laptops for grades 7 through 12 to supplement the students who are unable to bring or unable to afford technology, which accounts to about 10% or 140 total laptops. Also, e-beam boards and a student response system for for the classrooms. Basically, this is using technology in the classroom versus taking the classroom to technology. And as a committee, we supported this unanimously.
So is the 100,000 in their budget? Is that what that is?
No, when we do the forecast, we take money out of taxation now to fund capital, and that's what that 100,000 is. To raise and appropriate. We did it last year, too. Yep.
We've done it on a couple other things up above.
No,
Well, those are the overrides.
that's the override. And when we do the budget projections, we use 100% of taxation to fund capital now. It just isn't all operating.
Great.
Okay.
And is this a $900,000 plan? Is that what they said? The 3 years, each year is a 300 grand?
I believe so, yes.
Anyone else? Okay.
Next up is the Cudworth Cemetery expansion, presented by DPW and Kevin Cafferty, $50,000. $50,000 coming from free cash. Cudworth is our burying ground for our war veterans and their spouses, and the sites will be full in the next few years. Roughly, we have 6 spots left. So this would be the area across Cudworth Road, which we clear and hire an engineer to map it out for us.
Is this the area on the left of the Historical Society, the building? It's a kind of wooded area there?
Across the street?
Yeah,
Across the street from the Little Red Schoolhouse, you mean?
It's actually
Yeah.
next to the Red Schoolhouse.
The Little Red
That's what they're talking
Schoolhouse?
about.
Yeah.
Right.
Al's nodding.
Yep.
Is that-
Across the
okay.
street from that? Or
No,
next to it?
it's next to it.
Behind it?
It's right next to it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
When I meant across the street, I'm saying across the street from the cemetery.
Right, I got you.
Next to the Red Schoolhouse.
Gotcha.
So this is going to be a multi-year request you're going to see, and it's not inexpensive, believe it or not,
No, that's true.
to create new cemetery space. So this is the start for the engineering.
Yeah, there's not a ton of space there.
6 spots right now.
No, I mean in the...
There's more than you think once you do the clearing.
Where that garden, there's like a garden back there?
Yeah, I didn't think there was much on it, but that's it. Okay.
The next item is carpeting. Carpeting at various schools, $65,000 is presented by Superintendent and Paul Donlin. $65,000 coming from free cash. It's ongoing maintenance of our schools and would include the second floor of the high school as well as the libraries for Cushing and Hatherley Elementary. And we supported this unanimously as a committee.
Okay.
Then you have 2 transfers on here. I don't know if, you have $100,000 coming from transfer to capital stabilization from finance for 100, and then the meals tax, 75% of the meals tax of that, roughly 218, I believe, is the number, which comes up to 163,776.
So the 163 represents 75%, is that what you just said, Dave?
Of the meals tax.
Correct.
Of the total, all right.
Other 25 is EDC.
Yep, all right. Okay.
So I guess my only question is, this is all the stuff that's going to hit the general fund, the other stuff is the enterprise funds. Is the 1.243 amount of borrowing the same amount of money that's dropping off?
I'm sorry?
When we borrow $1.243 million for all this stuff?
How much of the debt's dropping off?
Yeah, I mean, is that,
I think it was 33,000.
You can manipulate it to make it work so that you backfill what's dropping off.
manipulate?
Manipulate by the maturity.
Structure it, you mean?
Thank you.
There you
That's
go.
Like I say, 24 days without food, like the vocabulary is really
Yeah.
coming down now.
So it's going to keep, it's not going to put us out of our,
No. We can make sure that it doesn't by adjusting our maturity terms. So rather than take something 5 years, you take it 10 years. Rather than take it 10, you take it 7 years to smooth it.
right. And now, is that going to impact future, like, are we borrowing more this year? You know, is this affecting our capital plan for next year? You know what I mean? Like, is that smoothing out going to cause us next year to say, okay, we can only get 2 things?
Not necessarily, no, because we have quite a bit that's maturing off.
Okay. And then, obviously, the other $1 million is coming out of free cash, which is a big help. And then the taxation piece.
63.
We've really maximized the use of free cash, and after all is said and done, after town meeting, you'll have about 400,000 left in free cash, which we really need to hold on to. And that's adding back in the 65,000 for the trolley, which we didn't think you'd approve. So it was like 356 before that, so. I'm comfortable with 400 because we have a snow and ice deficit this year, and I hope it doesn't snow again, although we think we spent some short money earlier this week, so.
Legislature might be helping out with that, I heard today, but who knows?
And that's why.
Can't count
yeah,
on it, but.
That's all I have to see.
Okay. Right. The enterprise funds?
Okay, next up is to replace the 1981 Boston Whaler for $60,000 presented by the Harbor Master, Mark Patterson. Of that, $60,000 is coming from the retained earnings. We're going to replace that 1981 Whaler, replace the security vessel, and possibly donate that to the Shellfish Constable. Harbor Master is looking at the surplus market. Currently, a neighboring town, Marshfield, has a 25-foot Parker with twin 200 engines on it. Currently, they're asking $30,000, which we think we could get for a little less. We're also looking for outside money and possible grants from Homeland Security to offset that. We supported that unanimously as a committee.
And I'll just add that I thought I heard around town that they're willing to let us take it now or take it when the season starts, pay them after 7/1.
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Yep.
There's a rumor I heard.
Okay, water, the standpipe repair and maintenance, $75,000, which is coming out of their retained earnings. We drained the Pinchin Hill tank and removed 3 feet of sludge. Now it needs seam repairs to extend its life, and also some safety and sanitation improvements as required by the state and federal laws. The last major repair was over 15 years ago for that tank, and we support that unanimously. Next up's meter replacement program from water, $162,000 from retained earnings. This is year 2 of a 4-year plan, and currently about 3% of the meters have been replaced in town.
Everyone knows what that means, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
We support that.
Great.
Next up is number 31, 2002 Chevy for the water department, $30,000 out of the retained earnings. It's an S10, 130,000 miles. It's been removed from the road since it will not pass inspection, and it's unsafe to drive, and it will be sold for scrap. Man, it won't be placed out back here like the
It
rest
is
of them?
already, isn't it, Kevin?
Is it?
It is, but the frame's broken, so,
I hear John
We got a
Murphy's.
junkyard out back here.
I hear John Murphy's looking for a new vehicle.
Okay.
no comment.
Next up is the emergency generator at the wells, $50,000 out of the retained earnings. The DEP has mandated that the town provide backup power to the town water wells. Backup power provides help for fire protection and drinking water when the power is not available. We supported this unanimously. Yep. Next up is to acquire a refuse truck for the transfer station. This is $55,000 out of retained earnings. We're looking to purchase an F-150, maybe an F-250. The truck at the transfer station, this is the truck that goes around town, potentially with a compacting unit on it. It will replace truck number 23. They go to municipal trash cans, basically on the beaches, sidewalks, the harbor, North Scituate, and Greenbush. Truck 23 barely passes inspection and has significant frame and body rot on it.
Not so much that, but they're trying to eliminate the trips that the staff has to back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So they get something, like a few less trips to
They
the
don't have a
transfer
compactor
station.
though, do they?
They're going to get one.
No, but I'm saying that's why.
Yeah, no, it's an open
Makes sense.
body truck.
Yeah.
We have the funding, I'm sorry to step in, we have funding for a new rack body, but what we're gonna look for is see if we can get a used trash truck. Compactor, if we can get something that'll fit that, otherwise we would get the rack truck again. But our goal is to get a used compactor,
Makes sense.
small one.
And there's one other one, is there?
Next up is from sewer, the inflow and infiltration, is presented by Kevin for $200,000 out of the retained earnings. The National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit requires us that we have ongoing program to eliminate I&I. Elimination of I&I builds capacity by eliminating treatment of groundwater and surface water leaking into the sewer collection pipes and manholes, and we supported this unanimously as a committee.
Okay.
I'd just like to say here, you guys are doing a great job with I&I. You've really turned that program around in the last 4 years or so, and it's really showing a lot of, for years there wasn't a lot of real progress with it, but you guys have done a great job with it.
Thank you.
Okay. Continue on.
And last is to expand sewer phase 4, engineering of the sewer for $400,000 as presented by Kevin. $400,000 from borrowing. We're expanding the sewer phase 4, sewer expansion for the remaining streets in the harbor and Sandhills between Tilden and Hatherley as far north as Rainbow Court. We supported this unanimously as a committee.
Okay. For a total of just over $4 million, $4.1 million, Dave?
4.1 minus the
trolley.
Right.
So it's still about 4.1, okay. All right.
So just a quick note, all of the enterprise funds are coming from their retained earnings. So they're self-sufficient, they pay for themselves, and those departments know what they need. As you said before, $1 million from free cash, $1.2 million bonding, going out and getting debt for. The one thing I did quickly jot down is the mix of what the big ticket items that we're putting stuff to. So we've got the municipal side of things, which is town government, about $550,000. The schools, about $665,000. The DPW's about $350,000. Fire and police, about the same. Streets, $400,000, and foreshore protection, $500,000. So it's a pretty balanced mix in terms of where we're, improving all the different areas, which is obviously good to see. As we look at this, we've got to say, okay, is one of these not, should we be taking more out of this and put it to seawalls, or should we be taking more out of this and put it to technology, or whatever it happens to be? So it's a tough decision to make, but I guess I like to see that it's balanced and that it seems like every area of the town is getting about the same amount of improvements.
Can you remind us once again what the total number of millions of dollars of requests you have?
For fiscal year 2015, $70,900,000 some odd.
So 71 million of requests, and your committee and Tricia and town departments has whittled it down to a little more than 3 million.
4.1.
4.1. So right, yeah, when you add it all up with the enterprises. That's remarkable work.
Just one comment. I'm going to tell you, this is a great presentation, especially with the book and the binder. I think this is our second year in a row we've had this?
Four.
4, wow. I know it's very thorough as far as going through, because I was looking at FY 16, 17, and 18, and 19 to try to figure out what's coming in the future. So it's a lot easier to follow it and also see the needs. So I just want to commend David, your committee, and obviously the town administrator. It's much better than it was in the past, so appreciate it.
I too, David. Thank you very much. Great job. Easy to follow. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks.
Blades easement, Blades Road easement.
So that's a quick one. This is an easement. You remember at last year's town meeting, we granted an easement over Bailey's Causeway, Minot Beach parking area, because someone needed access to their house to go through our parking lot to get access to their house. So this is the same thing essentially, but a different wrinkle. The property at 71 to 73 Lighthouse View condominiums actually has encroached on the town's property into that parking lot, building their back driveway out there. So we've been negotiating with them for the better part of 6 months. The driveway, if you're familiar with it, has been cobblestone, so there's quite a capital investment on the part of the owners there. So in exchange for us granting them a permanent easement, they will pay the town $7,500, and they will have that permanent easement on the town's parking area. We have 3 other houses in the area that have done the same thing, so we will be contacting them over the next year to do something similar.
We've had one at our last town meeting. had this
Right, but that
request.
wasn't on our property, it was just using us as egress to get, it was completely self-contained. But we have 4 properties that have encroached on that parking lot, which we discovered when we wanted to do the improvement. So we want to legalize all those, and in exchange for using town property, the town will get funds in return.
Okay. All right, moving on to next, the walnut tree betterment discussion. All right, Tony, you want to, all right, Kevin, you want to come up and give us an update? And I know Greg, I recognize Greg from Walnut Tree Hill, and Al, if you please come up. And if there are other neighbors who want to speak, I will recognize anyone. You don't have to go up to the table.
So I just have a question about procedure, so I know what's going on.
Okay, go ahead, shoot.
Because there's a warrant article on this as well that we're going to be discussing later. So later tonight, we'll be discussing it in the context of the warrant article, and this is just a general discussion now.
Well, the other item is just to vote the warrant articles, so your discussion should really take place now.
To get information.
Yeah, to get information upon which we will base our vote later tonight.
Right.
Stick around.
Everyone's up to speed on this. This is a neighborhood that's been trying to get their road accepted as a public way for a long time. And thank everyone for working through this process. But street acceptance, I'm just going to say street acceptance, this was the only thing we had a discussion maybe a month or 2 ago. A few of your neighbors were here.
There are a few more here tonight.
Okay, and Al laid out a chronological order of events that needed to be taken in order for that to happen. I don't have that with me, but at this point, I'll just turn it over to you and tell you what my thoughts were.
Basically, Walnut Tree Hill has come to the Street Acceptance Committee, as you realize. They've requested that we do an evaluation, what we would need to accept the street. We went out there, we evaluated everything, evaluated the condition of the pavement, the condition of the roads. They did have a lot of repairs that went on as part of the bond work. We looked at some of the roadways, and as engineers, we're just looking at the status of the roadways. The roads are roughly, say, 10 years old. We'd evaluated them, and we figured what the cost would be to bring them up to town standards if it was being turned over as a brand-new street. Similarly, like we've done to some other street acceptance. And we came up with a cost value of about $375,000 to bring them up to par. And that's where we are. As far as the committee goes, the Street Acceptance Committee, I believe we're still waiting on the, I haven't seen the 3-quarter petition come in yet from the residents, how to proceed. And that's where we are.
Can I start, go with Tony first?
Just 2 quick questions. I don't, is that the only thing that's waiting to happen to the roads, just the condition of the pavement, right? There's no other conditions in terms of street acceptance?
We had some granite improvements, some patch, we had some wearing course, and then, loaming and seeding on the edge of the road, because we'd leave it probably a 1 to 2 foot gap afterwards, and we had money involved in that. Police details and just typical breakdown for doing the construction work on it.
Right, but in terms of what the residents would have to do to get it up to par per street acceptance, that's the only
That's
thing?
it, nothing more. And this is, the 375 is, it wouldn't go over that. If anything, it would be less than that.
And the time, if you can run through the timeline, so where are the dates? Is that what you're about to do, Al?
I'd be glad to do that. There's a whole series of steps to go through to get the street acceptance at town meeting. We have, in anticipation that there would be a petition coming in, we've gone out with the engineers and laid out the street, and you voted to have the streets laid out that we've invested in that. The next thing that has to happen is that the 7 days before you hold a public meeting on this, which I presume would be in 2 weeks, and 2 weeks would still get to the point where we can then get before the advisory committee, get before the town clerk, and get before town meeting. So at your meeting on the 25th, you would vote to accept or deny the layout and such betterment to be assessed. Prior to that, which would be the week before, we have to send a notice to every resident that you're holding that public meeting, because in essence, in the public meeting, what you're doing is you're taking a form of taking of the way, okay? So because we're doing a taking, they get noticed. So they get a letter 7 days in advance, which would be by next Wednesday. By next Wednesday, we'd have to send a letter out to everybody, and then the following Tuesday, you would take a vote on it. And it's the same process. It is the process. The assessment that he's done here is the same that was done on a number of other streets. In other words, it brings it to the same standard as we did with Blossom, Pineview Circle, Hickory, Persimmon, and Beech Tree Farm Road. All of those were brought up to that level of standard. And many of those were older subdivisions that had, for one reason or another, been pushed aside. But so we're on the timeline to have a notice next week and a vote the following week, again, presuming that 75% of the residents indeed want to have you do that.
And then after that, it goes to town meeting, and they decide whether to accept it or not.
Correct.
That's the last.
Just, when they come in with three-quarters of the residents that want to do it, is that the only thing that they, if Greg were to go around and get signatures, are they signing on to just becoming a public way? Is that it? Or by signing it, are they saying, they're paying, we're paying, this needs to be done, that needs to be done? Or are they just signing to go to the next step?
Right, no, they've taken the first step. The first step was to say, we'd want you to spend your time even considering it.
Which we've
That was
done.
done earlier.
Yes, we did that.
And now this is, okay, now you've got some data. The data is, it's whatever it is, 375 divided by whatever it is, 90 or families or something? 58 or whatever it is. And then on the basis of that, do you want to proceed? I think that's the tradition you have now, right? You have that piece of paper.
I have a copy.
Yes.
It doesn't have 375 in it, but I have a copy.
Oh, it does? Okay.
And I can't remember. If it's
Okay,
in
it should.
I do have a version at the moment.
All right. All the ones where we've done thus far have come in.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt?
So I think
the answer to your question is yes. That signature has to have a dollar value.
Right, correct. Right, that's, okay.
So that document is agreeing to pay a betterment.
Yeah.
It has nothing.
And to be accepted, and to turn the streets over.
If you pay, you will be accepted.
Yeah.
Providing
That's the
town
basis
meeting.
on which you've been
Provided
doing
town
it in the
meetings
past.
is yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Did you have anything else? You're done.
I'm waiting for the questions.
Okay. I'll open it up to the board, or I'll go first. It doesn't, someone want to start?
You want to start?
Sure. A few nights ago, I thought I had a solution to this problem, so I called Tony the next day and I asked Kevin. My thought was to invite a person who does seal coating and, on an industrial level, right? I think we may have used him in the town. He took a ride up there and said it could be done. I had a conversation with Kevin tonight that I hadn't really taken a good look at the road, all right? But he did, and said it could be done for probably $100,000. It's not grinding and it's not resurfacing, okay? It's some type of a seal coating. And I think he's been trying to sell his product to the town on different projects for a number of years.
We have used that on a number of streets. We do that where the streets have cracks to prevent water from getting in.
Okay,
So
but this is a little different now. We did that on Driftway. Those have cracks, and that
Right.
road's probably a little, hopefully worse than Walnut Tree Hill. But I just, this is a way of making roads last longer, and I'm just trying to find,
That's common ground.
we've been wrestling with this idea for almost just about 10 years. And so, so most recently in the last year. So I thought I had a solution. I still, in my mind, feel that somehow that might be the thing to do. I went to Tricia with it and told her about it, and Tony, and I don't think I shared it with you guys just yet, but then we look at Walnut Tree Hill as an example, if this product works or it doesn't work. All right, the road's 10 years old, life expectancy's 20. If we do this, put this product down, and it doubles the life of the road or beyond that, then we'll use it in other areas. Or if it doesn't, then we won't. But I just really want to...
It's a perfectly acceptable repair to aging roads. It's unattractive, but it's acceptable. We've used it with these...
Kent Street.
Yeah, we go out, when we go out for the annual bids with the South Shore MAPC, it's called, the Regional Planning Council, we go out for bids for a crack sealing operation. And there are two different crack sealing companies, and one year's one year's the other. And we use them every year, so we're familiar with that. It ends up looking, and I don't want to disparage the product itself, but the roads end up looking a little patchworky, let's just say that. There's a lot of squiggly lines on it, but it does keep moisture out and does, if you are in an economically stressed situation, as we have been for years on repairing our roads, we use that to repair roads that are needing repair. And it's something that I guess could be a different approach used in Walnut Tree Hill. It wouldn't look like it looks today, but it would solve a problem. I don't know, what do you think, Kevin?
I'd like to hear a little more what the contractor was suggesting, and in my experience from what he was explaining, sometimes that can be good for 5 to 7 years. It's almost like a patchwork. It's not doing the entire roadway, it's a temporary fix for a road with a lot of, say, potholes. But I'd like to hear what the contractor, maybe there's new technology from the last time I've seen it.
Well, a couple of things that you and I have spoke about, I'll get to you guys in one second. He went out there and he saw it, and he said this would be a perfect application for his product. I agree. I think those lines going down the road would be ugly, but I don't know. I thought, I was under the impression he'd do it from gutter to gutter, okay? And secondly, Kevin and I spoke, the last thing I want to do up there is put this, well, I remember many years ago growing up in town, they put this chip seal down to make the roads last forever, and they did, and it was sharp stones that would stick up, and that's the last thing I'd want to in that neighborhood with all the children.
All those kids. Yeah.
So I've said my piece, and I just really would, this gentleman probably would come, and I know he'd come.
I know we have a contract with him, so we'd be glad to get him in tomorrow and take a look at it and see if there's maybe there's a halfway solution between 375 and sucking it up, and if it's crack sealing for 1 1/4.
So the idea, just, I want to make sure I understand your model, because it's a very creative model. I think we might be getting towards the solution here. The idea is that we do this technique for whatever. It's certainly less expensive than 375, but the roads get accepted, but we use it as a test case for other things in town. But the roads are accepted. The roads aren't delayed on being accepted. They're accepted as part of this process.
The only thing I'll add is...
Is that right? Is that your idea?
Yes.
Okay.
You got to involve the people up there. I don't know what this will look like. I mean, Al has me a little hesitant now in terms of whether it's going to look shoddy or not, but you got to involve them to see if that's what they want their streets to look like. I have no idea. I've never seen the product before.
Well, you have. If you go down Driftway, if it's the crack seal, it looks like scarring all over.
But if they're going
from end to end, that's a whole different, ball of
You
wax.
fill the cracks with
I think it's
so we got to
different.
find out about it, but just involve, find out what it's going to look like.
And I'm sure would meet with you tomorrow or the next day. He went up there last weekend and drove it. He's a resident of Scituate, or was a resident of Scituate. You've used him in the past. Mike Green knows him well.
Yeah, you've got a contract with him, so there's no contracting issues. Yeah, it's no problem. I think it's a halfway sort of solution. I think it's important. If I could pontificate for just 1 minute about the program, okay, and that is numerous roads have applied for street acceptance and haven't, and upon being faced with the fact that they might have to pave their gravel road or do whatever with it, have decided not to proceed, okay? Again, it was on the basis that we want the town, the rest of us, to accept roads that are in good shape. If we vary from the program very much, we're going to have a bit of a backlash from two constituencies. One is the people who have paid to have the roads brought up to speeds, all of whom have waited in a queue, and the people who have decided not to will now come back and say, well, gee, you know, you should do our street too, because whatever. So that's my little moment of, that's just the only pitch I'm going to make, that the program that you accepted that we put in place years ago has served us well. If we can find a compromise position that still keeps the program intact, keeps the roads so that the rest of the residents are accepting of the fact that new roads come in and are in a condition that they don't have to invest in theirs, because there's many roads in Scituate, many side streets that need paving.
Absolutely. Okay.
Need paving.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right, right. Tony?
Yeah, I mean, this is a unique situation. You know, first of all, there's nothing wrong with the roads up there right now. This is just a town policy that says before we take over a road, we want it to be at the highest quality so that, you know, we're going to plow it for the rest of its life, or the rest of the street's life. We don't want it to fall apart in 2 years. So it's a town-implemented policy. It's not saying that the roads are in bad condition. I think the roads are probably in pretty good condition. The situation, how this differs from any others, is the fact that they've been wanting to be a public way for years and years and years and years, and they got postponed due to this bond issuance and, you know, some other issues along the way that delayed them to go just past that 10-year period. So if they had their druthers, and if the bond had happened processed quickly, and there weren't, you know, problems at Town Hall over the last decade, then they would already be a public way. So their delay isn't really manufactured by them. It's been manufactured by this building and by the fact of the process of the bond and who should be doing it. And that's where I see the big difference between it. If things had gone smoothly like they could have on any other development, if they had done it within the 10-year period and they didn't run into these speed bumps that are out of the control, then it would have been done. And they wouldn't have just slipped over the 10-year period where we're saying, yeah, but wait, there's one more thing, where you have, now you got to get these roads paved up to this level. So that's where I see a big difference, and I don't think it really goes apples to apples with any other project that we've talked about. But I'm not asking, you know, I'm not asking your opinion.
Okay.
So that's where I see this different, and that's why I think, you know, it can be looked at differently. Do I think there's a middle ground? Yes, I think, you know, that's what we have to figure out, is what can we figure out to make it work? But it isn't that cut and dry as other projects that we've gone.
You can certainly.
I think if we can get it this way, so the costs are way, way down from that 375 figure, but the town actually benefits by running this experiment, that it might end up benefiting other roads downstream. So, and come in at a much, much lower cost. So I think that's kind of cool.
Just look at it. I mean, it's like the idea of Tricia's trolley. I mean, they just throw it out
Tricia's
there.
trolley?
If it doesn't
what we're
work, you know,
gonna call
at least you
I got the logo. I got the logo.
So,
I think that's a good idea. I just wonder what it's going to look like and what people...
Well, yeah, you got to keep the neighbors on that
I
decision.
mean, Marty just had a good point. He said if it's, you know, if you seal it, if you put the sealant in the crack and then go over it, if you can still see the crack, you know, is that really does that look better or worse than it does now? So at some point in time, this board has to vote in terms of what they want the betterment to be, anywhere from 0 to 375. And that's, I think, we've got another week to try and figure out what the answer is and whether this product will work or whether there's some sort of mutual ground we can come to. But I would say at the next meeting, we've got to decide one way or the other, make a motion and just vote it out. Is that correct? Is that
Sure.
Yep. You can vote the warrant article tonight that allows for that flexibility. I think
Slight
you just-
change in there, like
I
it
think
says
you only
and/or.
have to say and/or.
And/or.
Yeah, and then the motion will be whatever you eventually decide.
Just a quick question, Kevin, as far as the road goes, I mean, are there a lot of hairline cracks to the roads? Or does it look like it's just getting to the point of the dryness and stuff like that?
I drove down today. I saw a lot of lateral cracks all the way across from curb to curb. I also saw a lot of structural settlement around the structures where you could see the squares and the structure isn't set perfectly. My biggest fear is we apply
a little lipstick to a pig, and it gets worse in 10, in 8 years, 10 years, and we've got a bigger problem on it. That's all. But we'll look at it, and we'll look at it and see what we can do, and I'd be thrilled to hear what the consultant from Seal Coating has and what ideas they have. They could have some sort of new fiber products that might work well on this particular road if he's looked at it. We can go forward with it. Sean came up with a great idea, and it could be a great solution.
Anyone else from the board, and I'll ask anyone from the audience. Anyone from the audience want to speak? Look, people have been patient. Quick.
Sure, and there's other folks here, so they may want to speak as well. So I appreciate you guys coming up with an option. I think that's a good place for us to be. I know time is of the essence, so I'm concerned that we get to a vote so that I can bring it back to the neighborhood quickly. Obviously, I don't know what the dates are. I'm also on the agenda of the advisory committee on Thursday, so I'm guessing I don't need to be there if we don't have a vote now.
Laura?
Stop it.
Well, you don't have to be, but it would be helpful, because especially if we're going to have to vote on town floor, we don't have a lot of time to write.
I just don't know what I'm telling you. That's not like, if I go in there and we don't have
The whole history.
I would suggest you do the advisory
okay, so
later.
Just to bring.
Of your neighbors, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's how I want to make sure we're not, I'm not going in there to say that I don't have anything to tell them.
Once these folks vote, it will go to the advisory committee.
Right, so I'm meeting with them to give them an orientation to our history, it sounds like.
And Kevin's going as well, because it's the board's article.
That's certainly issue one. Issue two is, so, we'll need to get to a vote quickly so I can get it back to the neighborhood. And is there any way I can get some sort of either description of the product and an example of where we might see it?
I think we could have, when Kevin talks to
Fran Conroy.
Fran, contact you. You're the contact person.
This could probably happen tomorrow.
Could be tomorrow.
Because I spoke to him like Friday, and he was in your neighborhood Saturday.
And so, which is great.
So you're there.
So the other thing I would say too is, there's some cracks that go all the way across. There's some cracks here and there. I would imagine it's, however much the product is to use, I can't imagine there being $100,000 worth of sealing going on very quickly. There's a couple of cracks that go across Woodworth that go all the way across. I would like to see, even if we're going to use it, it be an iterative thing where they sort of look at, where are the deepest ones and do something and give it a little time and work their way through it. So that, it just makes sense not to just
we got to
lipstick all over the neighborhood, so to speak, and then to find out that it didn't work.
Well, to be clear, we got to find out what this thing is.
Yes.
Actually, it might be something that goes across the whole road.
It works, it'll last.
And then they overlay the entire surface.
We use it all the time.
Okay.
It's not new, yeah.
Okay.
You can see it on a lot of the streets. If you look down I think the Driftway, I know we did it on Country Way recently. It's usually done around trenches and things. So what we can do is here's a number of examples of what it looks like. Here's what the net result will be in terms of costing to do it if we use this approach instead of grinding and paving. Grinding and paving is the ultimate, and then, these are the things that stopgap measures that'll work.
It's not going to make it worse.
So Al.
No, and I understood. I just don't want to introduce new information so there's
They're going to
Brian
have
here and
questions,
Sue.
they're going to want to know what it looks like. So
Right.
if you had a picture, we just can bring a picture with us, say this is option 1, this is option 2, this is 375, this is 100.
Yeah.
And then,
Gentlemen.
Let me just ask Al one quick thing first, I may answer. So if just the thing that you're going to show them isn't just sealing a crack, it's an area where the crack was sealed and it went over it, right? I don't know what product we use. What Sean's saying is it may go gutter to gutter.
That's what I'm under the impression. He's a salesman.
So, if we send him out and we say, here's a little crack that got sealed by this stuff, that may not be the picture.
You'll get a complete picture.
Right.
They may crack it and do like a driveway coating over the street afterwards to make it all black.
Right.
Seal it and do that. Just thinking in my head, other options we could do is, maybe even sealing it, and instead of using the crack seal, let's do like an 1.25 inch overlay and try to cut back on some of the some of the asphalt and maybe not do the loaming and seeding, leave that for the residents or something is another option, to try to cut costs down,
This guy's ready to jump out of his chair.
Okay, sorry.
I'm just curious, the $375,000 number, is that grinding and putting a whole new layer?
That's grinding 2 inches to an inch and a half off the top layer and then putting 2 inches on the top. I think it's 15,000 square yards.
Okay, and to Sean's point, which might very well be a great solution, if you just took the patches of the road, given the fact that that road in its totality is probably in better shape than most roads, driving in Scituate the last 20 years, and you just took the parts of the road that needed to be repaired, have you looked at that number? Is it not feasible to go in and actually...
I think what he's asking, Kevin and I spoke, 15,000 square yards does from start to finish all, every side street and cul-de-sac. I think what he's saying is if certain areas are okay, could we just, I mean, the grinders can start here and stop there.
Another option, you don't want to do a lot of starting and stopping, because every junction creates a problem, but you could do the through street. Walnut Tree Hill, I think, is that the Walnut Street?
Woodworth.
Do the main, Woodworth, do the main drive through, which it obviously gets more wear, and leave the cul-de-sacs.
Yeah.
And maybe,
They're of different ages too, they're materially different.
Yeah.
Right, so a lot of the woodwork we just did, when we got the bond money back.
that was all deducted from where it was done.
Right.
That was all deducted from that. But maybe
Maybe
that's,
just another alternative. if you're
Sure.
looking at cost, engineering.
All right, so how about this then? So, there's clearly a couple different things in play here. There's this guy's suggestion, there's your other suggestion, there's Sean's and Fran's idea, and I completely understand. I mean, you guys have worked really hard on this. DPW, the neighbors, but DPW and Town Hall have worked on this for a long time. The current generation of Town Hall, you guys have done great work on it. But as to Tony's point and several other points, we're going to have to vote this, and we need a menu of numbers that are pretty real. And the 375 is a great end member, the whole darn thing at that point, and that's obviously probably the highest. And you said even that might be too high. It certainly wouldn't be more than that. But maybe there's doing the part of it, like this guy was saying, I'm sorry, I forget your name, and other options with Fran's thing, and come on down to what it is. And we probably have 3 or 4 different options, and we vote none of them or one of them.
Do that, 2 weeks.
Right?
is there a target number or something that we're shooting? And I don't mean to sound like that, but I mean, we can...
Let's look at the options,
We can
and
look at
then
the options.
I think if the
I mean, I
board
think-
hasn't driven it recently, they should all drive it before the next
Not
meeting.
driven, get out and walk it.
Yeah,
Or walk it.
absolutely.
And meet with me, and I'll show you what we see.
Kevin, if you can do a few photographs about the sinking of the squares and the...
But to Sean's point, to someone else's point, definitely, now, you guys might need to be taking a day off of work or whatever, but DPW is busting butt, we're busting butt on it, and you guys are too. But you might need to just, on a drop of a hat, the contractor might be there and get a call and get one of your people out there.
I think out of all the homes, there'll be people there that...
Absolutely.
Really what we want is, we want to be, when we're done doing the work, we want personally to be proud of it, and also that the people who have had the work done in the neighborhood feel good about it,
Correct.
Right,
Worst thing is to end up with-
And people to whom they might sell their houses in the future.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely.
Right.
Gotcha.
I just want to say one thing in closing to the residents in the neighborhood, and I just thought of it just now. I mentioned this to Kevin earlier. And I'm not just saying this because you're here, but if these people were in place 10 years ago,
absolutely,
we wouldn't be having this discussion now. So it's, this group here is, as you know, they're 4 or 5 years old, into their job, so, they're doing everything they can do, and it would have been done.
So the challenge that I see is for you to get your signatures. So what you may want to do is get your signatures on a piece of paper that says, we'll do some sort of betterment, and leave the number blank, and then you can either turn it in or not turn it in based on what our decision is.
So, I mean, that brings up sort of a
Yeah.
funny
Right.
point, too.
Who's gonna
So
sign that
if you can,
paper?
I can't.
Got a number.
So I've communicated, as these guys will tell you, they've got about 25 pages of emails in the last 6 months or 8 months just on this topic alone. And I've certainly gotten a lot of feedback from them. And so I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. It's great that you guys are coming back with, alternatives that get us way below the 375.
Well, we hope to. No guarantee. We're trying.
So I am happy to communicate that back. I can't, I won't get very far with, just saying there's a good option that people are coming up with.
Yeah, I disagree with Tony on this. I think we leave that to them in the sense that, I mean, I don't want to tell them what to write their petition about.
But I think,
You know what I mean?
Right, because the petition, because getting to the 75%, that's as always, it's an enormous effort to communicate all of these facts back out to everyone and answer all of their questions.
Well, I imagine the conversation will be something along the lines of, well, we'll pay up to X. If the board votes for more than X, then don't turn in the thing. I'm just saying, if we don't vote till that day, you're gonna have a tough time going out and getting all those signatures. But I don't care what you do. I mean, that's your problem. I'm just.
No, and I appreciate the idea, so I'll have a tougher time with another.
To you.
As a practical matter, for the board to even accept this as a public way, regardless of betterments or whether there's betterments or not, 75% of the residents need to come forward and say they want the road accepted.
Correct.
So that's
100%,
70. So whether there's a betterment or there's no betterment at all, you need 75% of the signatures of the residents there for the board to proceed with the warrant article.
But no, but
Yeah.
they're not going to sign it unless there's a dollar value, because they're not going to know what they're signing up for.
The difference for us, just to make it, and you guys are probably thinking of other roads that come up for acceptance, those people are giving over a piece of their land to the town, saying, okay, you can have it, you're going to take the roads. We're not doing that. We don't own those. So there's 100% of the neighborhood wants the roads accepted. There's no question. I could probably line them all up here now if I knew that was where we were at. So there's not a question of that. It is a question around what, if any, charge there would be to those residents for giving up something they don't already own. That's literally, they want to sign an agreement for a number. Probably the number is 0, but if the number is not 0, they want to know where they're at and why. That's the only reason so just to give you the perspective of the 50-something houses, do I have that right?
No, you do.
And we can't answer that question for you right now.
understand, but, we'll need to get.
And we're going to get that to you.
Yeah, so, I'm not complaining.
We'll get you that menu.
That's the predicament
Sure,
I'm in.
absolutely.
I go to someone's door and say.
And I think it ranges from $125 a year to 3 times that.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean, that's the range. That's the,
Well,
I mean, the low end is probably the crack ceiling.
Right, but in other words, at the end of the day, they have to sign something that's binding.
so we know,
And
do we
binding
know
people
what we
who
have?
don't agree, that's the other thing. Like, I'm going to, so if somebody in the neighborhood, plenty of folks in the neighborhood may say, you know what, I don't want to go this route. If I'm going to sign them up for that, I don't want to do it loosely. I want to do that.
And we'll get you that.
So I anticipate if Fran can get there right away, that we can communicate through you within the next 5 to 10 days. So you have everything you need prior to March 25th. You might have a small window of 3 or 4 days to do it, but we'll be able to provide you with the various options that we're looking at, so you know worst case and best case. And then the board will have that.
Is that correct?
We don't know.
We don't know yet. That's
Number, which I bring to the neighborhood, is what they're saying, correct?
Well, no, I think what she's saying is and I'm going to throw this date out, by Friday, if you want to come in the office, say like at 9:30, meet up with us, I'm hoping that I'll have 3 different options that I could show you that we would present to the board.
with the
at
cost
that point,
estimate
with
for
the cost
each.
estimate, and show you what ranges we're in.
Okay, and what am I deciding off of that? Nothing.
You would be
I'm just
deciding
being aware.
nothing, you would just be aware of the 3 options.
That the
And
board-
hopefully if I get some information from this guy Fran, I could say, hey, this is what this looks like for the crack ceiling, or I could say, drive down Kent Street between 110 and 220 and you'll see what the road looks like. And that's the option, you'd have one, or a fresh road, or some more samples.
What
of
he's
that.
saying is he wants to go to the neighbors where they plan.
So, when I look around them at Brian and Sue and all of my other neighbors, what am I bringing to them?
You would have an A, B, and a C plan that would say, okay, this one might be 100,000, this one might be 250, and the Cadillac is 375. So
You could then
You could sign 3 different
you
sheets
could
if
get
you want.
a straw poll of what's most preferable, and that could inform the board before they make their vote on the 25th.
Okay.
So it's still within the time frame. We still can get
Yeah,
this
the
done at the
25th is when you need to do it.
So whatever we decide with Greg, you're going to vote on?
No, that's just information.
Look, the thing is, folks, this is getting too complicated here. Kevin is really stepping forward here, and it's non-binding, but, you know, he didn't want to go too far, but he said, look, by the end of this week, he'll have more information. Right now, we don't have any more information about 0 options, 1 options, 2 options, 3 options, or 4 options. What he's saying is, we'll have you more information by then, so you can at least have a more informed conversation. Right now, if Greg were to go over to all your neighbors tomorrow morning, he'd say, well, they're going out for some options, and we don't know what the costs would potentially be. By Friday or the following Monday or something, at least we'd have you guys would have some options, and you could get a head start on your conversations. This board will vote one of these things in 2 weeks, right? And so you guys would have the benefit of a head start on knowing what direction these potentially could go. And so that, therefore, you would be ahead of the game than just finding everything out in 2 weeks. You'd have at least a rough idea. You could have sort of a straw poll, or you get a good sense of your community as to what and I already know that, you have a good sense of what the highest option already is, but, you might not have a good sense yet on what the lowest option would be. So.
And I think.
It's going to be iterative, and it's not easy, and it's not smooth, but that's just the nature of the beast.
Al?
I was gonna say, it would sound, and probably if they came in saying, we really like option B, that's going to have a lot of influence on how you decide to go, I would imagine.
Right.
Good.
Could.
Right. Is there anyone else that wants to speak? And I think we know what we're going to do. Get together with the salesman, Fran, and DPW and some neighbors. We'll take a visit up there ourselves, look for ourselves, and see what we can come up with. Keep you on course for the annual town meeting.
And tonight, we got the warrant article, which we can word. It needs a slight modification of the wording with an and/or in there to keep the whole thing alive. Because then the warrant article just gets it on the warrant, and then depending on 2 weeks from now, the actual article or the actual motion will have the dollar value in it.
Is there any option on the table that you just accept it and it has its conditions?
Yes. That's the 0. There's a boundary of 0, and there's a boundary of 375, in theory. I'm not committing any of us on 375 or on 0 or anything in between.
Just given the circumstances around all this.
0 to 375 and everything in between, in theory.
Right? Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Appreciate your patience. All right.
Thanks, Al. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
It's not going to be long. We should take a break. I need to take a break at some point. I'm just like, you want to go through John?
Anytime.
What do you do?
How long?
I don't think you will. Just put John down.
Okay. John, cable TV. John Rosa.
1:05 now.
Okay. And a 5-minute break?
And then we'll take a quick break after that, if that's all right with everyone?
Sounds good to me.
It's getting late.
What's some pizza? Whoops, wrong book. How are you, Mink?
Good. How's everybody?
Do you have your mission statement?
I
there,
do.
Joe? Would you mind reading that?
Not at all. The Cable Television Department mission statement is to provide public education and government cable television services for the Scituate community, to broadcast local events, performances, meetings, educational programs, and public service announcements, to provide airtime as well as access to production equipment and training for all interested citizens, and also to provide coverage of local government organizations.
Thank you, John. And just to comment, I just heard from a selectman that said they viewed this on...
Yeah, I watched the last meeting.
Quality
3
was
of us,
family.
Sheila, me, and...
Yeah,
Quality was fantastic.
Watched the whole thing.
Yes, thank you.
On
I
YouTube.
I owe a lot to my staff, and to Shannon, who's come on board, and to Nikki, who you see behind recording now. I just want to also quickly thank the accounting department and the treasurer and Tricia for being patient. It's been our best year by far.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Better and better and better.
Yeah, it's definitely been our best year. So.
This is your first time before us as the department, or second?
I think the second, but yeah, this. Let's see, any questions in particular?
Yeah. Well, that's going to open up to the board. Anybody?
No.
John.
No.
Well, I guess the one thing is that this is funded through the cable money.
That's
So
right.
the cable money comes in through
Comcast.
what, local
The
receipts?
surcharge on your
Right,
bill.
Does it go to local
Yeah,
receipts or something?
2%, I think.
Right, so this really isn't completely taxpayer money. It's because you're paying on your cable bill, but it goes here, so.
Right.
Which is great. I think the programming's gotten well. You've been very, very helpful in terms of the town sports stuff, which you've helped me with, and other
Thank
people
you.
over at the high school. That's been great. I think, that's what we're looking for, is more content. And, we just see the scenes of Scituate way too much on that television.
Right.
So, and I know that's all in your goals. We just got to make a big leap that way, and if one or two of these goals break, then I think we'll see it. But that's what the big feedback that I get back out on the streets is. Absolutely. There's the dunes again. So, as soon as you get moving forward on this content, I think it's going to be great, and it's got huge potential.
Yeah.
And I know you're trying, and I know he also does a lot of teaching, offering the equipment and stuff available to the kids in the school, so they're learning a lot through the process.
That's right.
And my perspective is, it seems like your biggest hurdle is actually getting people to film events.
That's exactly right.
So,
It's still really just, a skeletal staff that's doing everything. I mean, all these meetings, all the events, performances, sports, anything that you see on cable was recorded by this just group of people and a couple of kids from the school.
John, what are they getting for compensation? Just
They get $10 an hour.
Okay.
Shannon gets a little bit more because she came from the rec department. So. But, yeah, I mean, it's... Also, I wanted to just quickly note that at the beginning of this year, there was only 2 channels for cable TV, and we actually petitioned Comcast after some time to get this 3rd channel. So that the landscapes that you're seeing are actually the result of us doing this whole thing with Comcast and finally getting this 3rd channel, because they actually had to bump up a shopping channel and put to fulfill our request. So it's been, we went live a couple times already, which is very exciting, and we were tweeting and social media, supporting this operation, and that is, that's a big step for us. And you can also see a lot of what we do on our YouTube channel. We update our Facebook and Twitter every day.
right. So the only thing I'd add is, if you're out there watching, which you're probably not at 10:30 tonight, but it'd probably be playing tomorrow morning
Yeah.
at some other time, is you need to be a champion of whatever you want on there, whether it's arts, plays, whatever it happens to be. If you champion it, they'll get it on. They can do the behind-the-scenes work, but it's tough for them to do the actual filming and content, which you're working on. But if you have an interest in town, whether it's cooking or reviews or an old show, do it, and they'll put it on for you. It's pretty simple.
Yes, thank you. That really just sums that up for me. It's SCTV at situatema.gov.
You should
I'll get it on my phone.
You should approach the Scituate Mariner and ask if Ruth would like to do an interview for,
Yeah,
various
maybe
people.
Ruth could do an
Should be
interview.
good. Be a very good program you'd have there.
Leave me out of it.
Yeah, we had Nancy White down a couple of times, and she's been a big help. So.
Ruth has?
No, Nancy White.
Oh. Really?
Yeah.
It's a shock.
Okay, moving on. Someone want to read the number?
Sure. The appropriations for FY13 were $77,000. For FY14, which is what we're currently in, it was for $81,000. The amount for this year that's been recommended is $112,000. That's it.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
You did a good job. Okay, if we could just take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get right back to it and try to wrap things up pretty quick here. That's
Is it
that's
just
all right.
5 minutes.
We're just going to go over the warrant, right?
Yeah, well, Kevin's got the South Shore. No, it's a warrant article. So it's just the last of your non-monetary budget articles.
Yep. You're just giving us the
We don't have to
information.
vote it? All right, okay.
We're going to vote it after you
All right,
break,
later on,
because it's a
okay.
warrant
I got
article.
questions on it.
This is just the information presentation. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay, not seeing any? Thank you, Kevin.
Now we'll take our break.
Quick break and be right at the
Motion
vote. Well, we're going to return.
Motion
to take a short recess.
Move to take a short 5-minute recess.
Second.
Motion and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What
are we going from the...
I'd like to continue if I could, it's getting kind of late, try to wrap things up. The next is a discussion and a vote of the April 14th special and annual town meeting articles. Oh, here it is. As well as warrants, all right?
Start with the special town meeting?
Please, John, we
All right.
discussed everything. If you, how much detail you want to go into, it
Do
doesn't
you
matter
want
to me.
do we need to just read the initial article, just so that people understand? Would that make
Yes,
sense,
if
gentlemen?
you- Yeah, please.
All right, I'll move Article 1, which is fiscal year 2013 unpaid bills, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $294.12, or a greater or lesser sum, for the purpose of paying off a fiscal year 2014 unpaid bills, or take any other action relative thereto. And that was sponsored by us, the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
Motion and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Point of
discussion?
order, Sean.
Sure.
On the motion that you make for these articles, they're contingent on any further changes made by me or town council, because we have little Scribner's errors and stuff like that, so
Do we need to say that each time, or are we covered with a blanket statement?
if you make a blanket motion for that right now, then you just can, you don't have to do it for every
I will
article.
move that all the articles are contingent upon any potential changes made by town council or the town administrator's office.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Great. Article 2, does someone just want to?
Sure. Article 2, recovery and remediation costs from the January 2014 blizzard, to see if the town will vote to, I'll move that to see if the town will vote to transfer from the available funds in the Treasury the sum of $486,000 or a greater or lesser sum for the purpose of paying costs associated with the January 2014 blizzard, or take any other action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
I have a motion.
Second.
A second by Tony. Does anyone have any questions, comments? And if people, as we're going along, if the audience has a question, just raise your hand and I'll recognize anyone. All right, motion is second for Article 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll move Article 3, insurance proceeds reconciliation of the special town meeting, to see if the town will vote to transfer from the available funds in the Treasury the sum of $23,873.11, or a greater or lesser sum for the purpose of reconciling insurance recovery proceeds for roof damage at the Scituate Harbor Community Building, a.k.a. Pier 44, or take any other action relative thereto.
Second.
A motion is second by Rick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
I'll move Article 4 of the special town meeting, wastewater treatment repair and maintenance costs, to see if the town will vote to transfer from surplus funds in Article 4, Item 15, of the March 3rd, 2007 annual town meeting for sewer equipment to sewer equipment and repair the sum of $42,382.74, or a greater or lesser sum in the sum of $38,000, or a greater or lesser sum from sewer retained earnings totaling $80,382.74 for the purpose of increased expenses for fiscal year 2014, or take any other action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
A motion is second by Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Article 5 of the special.
I'll move Article 5, fiscal year 2014 snow removal cost increase, to see if the town will vote to transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $175,000 or a greater or lesser sum for the purpose of paying increased cost of snow removal for fiscal year 2014, or take any other action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Jeez, I almost forgot. I'll move Article 6, reauthorization of South Shore Recycling Cooperative intermunicipal agreement, to see if the town will vote to extend the term of the intermunicipal agreement for regional cooperation in the provision of solid waste and recycling services of the South Shore Recycling Cooperative for an additional term through June 30th, 2018, and further, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to execute and deliver an amended intermunicipal agreement, a copy of which is on file at the office of the town clerk, to effect the extension of the term and other changes set forth therein, or take any other action relative thereto, sponsored by the Board of Selectmen.
Second.
Motion is second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Takes care of our special town meeting articles. Now on to the annual.
Mr.
I
Chair?
don't recall
I
having
just have a question.
Go ahead.
Do we, because we've got the full warrants here, and we've got the abbreviated motions here, which are pretty complete in terms of getting things up, do we need to do the full motions each time, or can we do these?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say, so let's try to do it. No, that's fine, because would be here for quite a while, so we can...
Well, you can say, I move to place Article 1 relative to XX on the motion for the annual town meeting warrant. You can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, starting off with the annual town meeting, I move Article 1, compensation of elected officials, which relate to the Board of Selectmen, assessors, and town clerk, which is sponsored by the Board of Selectmen, in the amount of $69,707.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move.
Article 2.
Want me to give this one a shot, Jim?
Yeah.
Reauthorization of revolving funds.
Be honest.
This is the town that is authorizing us to allow the revolving funds on the ones, I'll read the senior programs, planning board, food establishment inspection fees, school bus, beach stickers, flu clinics, wind turbine, maintenance of private ways, and solar array.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Move to put Article number 3 on the warrant, which is establishment of a revolving fund for the Scituate Harbor Community Center.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Article number 4, move to put Article number 4 on the warrant, which is the establishment of a stabilization fund for South Shore Regional School District.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Article 5.
Article 5 is, I move to put Article 5 on the warrant, which is the capital improvement plan. Article, items A through CC, with the exception of,
Still on there? I think we took it off.
Taken off.
I took it off.
with no exceptions.
Right, because the capital plan is recommended by the capital planning committee, so we took it off.
Great. So this is as a capital planning committee recommended, items A through CC.
Which is 26 and 329 articles, all right? Motion.
Yes, with the total sum of $4,106,226.
Motion second by John. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay. Article 6.
Move to put Article 6 on the warrant, which is the fiscal year 2015 operating budget. I'll read this one. To see that the town will vote to raise and appropriate and/or transfer from available funds in the Treasury the sum of $62,682,436, or a greater or lesser sum, for the purpose of funding personal services and expenses for town operations as may be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2014, or take any other action relative thereto.
Motion and a
Second.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks.
Aye.
Article 7.
Article 7, I move to put Article 7 on the warrant, which is the Waterways Enterprise Fund, in the sum of $922,918.
Second.
Second that one.
Motion and a second by Rick Murray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move to put Article 8 on the warrant, which is the Golf Course Enterprise Fund, in the amount of $1,242,179.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Article 9.
Move to put Article 9 on the warrant, which is the Wastewater Enterprise Fund, in the amount of $3,311,633.
A motion and a second.
Second.
Second by Rick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Move to put Article 10 on the warrant, which is the Transfer Station Enterprise Fund, in the amount of $1,186,244.
I have a motion and a
Second.
second by Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Move to put Article 11 on the warrant, which is the Water Enterprise Fund, in the amount of $2,658,001.
I have a motion and a second
Second.
for Article 11 by Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
I move to put Article 12 on the warrant, which is the stabilization fund of the excess levy. I'll just read this one quickly. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the difference between the levy net and the levy limit to the stabilization fund in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, or take any other action relative thereto.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second by Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Article 13, community preservation.
Let's see, how are we going to do these? So we'll do them
Individually.
one at a time.
All right.
So I'll move Article 13, Community Preservation, $168,000 for the creation and support of the community housing.
Thank you.
Second?
I have a motion, a second, for the first section of the community preservation article.
Aye.
Aye.
Second, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'll move Article 13, Portion 2, which is $168,000,
to be reserved for acquisition and preservation of historic resources.
Second?
Motion is second by Tony. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I'll move Article 13, portion number 3, for $168,000 for acquisition and preservation of open space.
Motion is second by Tony. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'll move Article 13, number 4, for $84,000 for the administrative expense of the CPC, Community Preservation Committee.
Okay, I have a motion is second by Tony. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Now, the rest of them are all more discussionable. They're the specific projects, so they probably need more discussion, so I'm not just going to make the motions by rote.
Well, I don't know how anyone else feels, but, you know, I feel comfortable voting them. I've heard them, so, but it's up to the rest of everyone else.
Well, we should talk a little bit about this one. I know there was some discussion
sure.
about the open space out in the west end of the space. There was some discussion about a recreational component of it. I think Mr. Danny brought that up. I think that's a very, very good idea. I think there's a lot of open conservation space up in that area, and I'm very...
Just let me jump in, just for clarification, we're talking about the Damon property. It's about 37 acres off Clap Road. Okay.
And I think there's a need for that in that part of town, and I think a portion of that property could be, or I'd like to see it allocated towards some component of that. I know that's not part of the CPC's article, or what the donator is liking it to happen, but I really think that it's probably in the best nature of the town, and I just wanted to have some discussion on that and what everyone's opinion was on that. That part of town has a lot of open space and has very little recreational space, and I think if we could take a component of that property, it could go a long way for that community, so.
What do you mean by recreation space? I know what you mean, but can you be more specific?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly specifically, but a field, a playground, some sort of area, a ball field of something. I mean, there's some people from recreation here tonight. There is a huge demand for ball fields in this town, and I'm not saying the full 37 acres of area up there. I mean, you could probably do a ball field in 5 to 7 acres, which is less than 20% of the property. Where there's going to be things going on behind us that are going to get rid of fields in the upcoming changes in the town in terms of buildings that are going in. And I think that's one of the few pieces of property in town, and it would be a good complement to that piece of property to have a large component to be open conservation space and a small piece of it to be some sort of recreational space. I think it's our job up here to look at things and see what we think is in the best interest of the town and vote that way accordingly. And I think that piece of property fits a better dual-purpose use than just being complete open space.
Then I think we'd have to vote not to accept, not to support that.
Well, that's the discussion right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
no, because, you know...
But it's not an option to change it. It would be whether we support spending $800,000 for more open space in the West End without a recreational component. And I may be on an island here by myself, but that's my opinion of the property.
Well, here's, let me, if I could also interject too. I agree with Tony on it. I think, you know, we should accept it without the contingency of the conservation restriction for the entire parcel. It's 37 acres, and I went back to take a look of what we've purchased since the implementation of the Community Preservation Act since 2002. For each year in 2003, 4, 6, all the way up until most recently the purchase of 2012, the Lynn property, we've purchased over $3.8 million of land in the West End, of which amounts to 315 acres. And with this purchase, there's also another segment that's 32 acres that's tacked onto that. So right there for open space, just on what we purchased through CPC and with the Maxwell Trust, you got over 350 acres in the West End. There are no recreational ball fields or parks anywhere in the West End. And if we add this 37 acres, it's going to bring it up to almost to, well, it's going to bring it up to 384 acres in the West End, and it'll bring the number of what we've purchased through CPC funding at $4.6 million. And so I just think, you know, the only field that I've noticed that we've actually, we spent some money on is Flannery Field over in Hadley, and that's probably about 2 acres. So I just think, given the desperate need that the town needs, and I know that they may want to just donate it in that capacity, but as I said to the Community Preservation Commission yesterday, just because somebody wants to give it to the town, because that's what they want under certain restrictions, it may not fit the needs of the town. And I think we do need to have at least the option, without that restriction, to entertain potentially some fields. And I think it should be a mixed use of it, both from a conservation perspective as well as maybe a recreational component. And I just think the other thing that's important is this 37 acres, the topography, the variation from the 37 acres goes from an elevation of 36 to 42 feet. That's a deviation of 6 feet. And most of it is between 39 feet and 42 feet, which means it's relatively flat. And I think if we could ensure that we're protecting and create a buffer zone around the South Swamp, because this parcel abuts the South Swamp, and one of the most important things is preservation of our water supply. South Swamp is a part of it. We can buffer that and protect it with some fields out there. And so I really think that, you know, as a town, my position is I'm willing to accept it. If it means that we have to pay more money because the appraisal is going to go up a little bit, then we should, because the appraisal is based on just forest, 17,000 or 18,000 per acre. And as a recreational use, it may go up. In that capacity, I'd say, yes, we should do it, even still. But at this point, I just don't think we should, because it's proven that we've got a lot of open space in the west end as it presently stands, and I just think we need to put some offsetting here with some recreational fields, and this parcel is ideal for it. So I would be a big supporter of saying, let's try to do both there and get a good benefit from both ends.
So the way this is written, then you'd have to, you're saying to vote no?
I would vote no. I'd certainly hope that maybe on the town floor, you know, the application or the applicant would be open-minded to maybe an amendment, so at least it would reduce or would take the restriction off, and then we could, as a town, use it for what the town really needs, ultimately. I mean, I'm not saying the town doesn't need open space. That's a part of the Community Preservation Act. That's one of the components that they have to go through. But I think when you look at it, what the town needs right now are fields. Tacking on 37 more acres to already a huge inventory of open space for just pure forest, over 320 acres, I just think we don't need that just now. We need the ball fields. So if we can have a little bit of both, I think it's a win-win all the way around. The people want to give to the town so it doesn't get developed. It's not going to get developed. It's going to have a very low use, which would be both a conservation aspect and recreational for kids. So,
Rick? I'm sorry, you done, John?
Yeah.
Rick?
John raises some good points, and I see them, though, however, somewhat as two separate issues. There's definitely a need for fields, I guess. I'm not a real fields guy, but I believe all you guys when you say there's a need. I see people, and I hear that. So, yeah, we need fields. I'm a little concerned. Fields do take a lot of fertilizer and a lot of maintenance, and because this property is near, although it is 40 acres, I assume there's some stuff away from the swamp that could be used for that. But your comments have got me thinking. I'm wondering if there's other land up there that we've recently purchased that might be better for fields than this particular one that we've already have. So I'm just trying to look at it as two separate issues. I'm not disagreeing with you per se, but it might be maybe there's a better place that's just as flat, that is further from the water supply, because fields are definitely not natural, and there's piles of fertilizer that goes into them, and then once they're open, then you start getting more ducks and all that sort of stuff, and there's a lot of layered subtleties there that I'm not sure are a problem at all. They might be not an issue, but they could be. So I just don't have enough information on that, so I was thinking if there might be something else. But you know, overall, you raise good points.
Land we currently own now?
Yeah. Because I know there's not a lot of
that we've acquired through CPC? Rick?
Yeah, or elsewhere, or something else.
I tend to think not.
It's all restricted.
We saw it, I think somewhere in here, there could be 20-some-odd house lots up here. It is high, dry, and flat.
Yeah.
Unlike some of the other property we bought, I think is wet, unbuildable.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Were you done? I'll jump to...
Yeah, I just have to go to the recreation again, because, and obviously the way this is written, I couldn't vote to accept this just as open space, based on the numbers of what we have spent. And, you know, the other thing is we talk about moving things around, having a school, having this, and, you know, we have to talk about, oh, if we tear that building down, maybe we'll have room for a park or something, or some kind of a ball field. And I just think, I see this as a perfect opportunity. And, I mean, a ball field and a complex type, it's not even going to take up probably 10 or 15% of the land, so I wouldn't be able to vote on it as it is here.
Okay, Tony?
Yeah, the only thing, I mean, this is kind of a strange scenario, because although she's not donating the land, we are spending $800,000 on it. It's at a discounted price, and she probably could get more if she sold it to a developer up there. So I really appreciate the fact that she's going through that effort. The problem is, I think this was never in discussions until our meeting the other night when John brought it up, and at that point, I think we were past the point of making, it was just too quick to make any sort of changes to it. So it's really a weird scenario here, where you've got someone that's selling land to us at a reasonable price. And in most scenarios, we may accept that, but in this one, I think we're looking at it from a bigger perspective in terms of what we think the needs of the town are. Now, ultimately, the town meeting's going to decide. The people from CPC are going to support this, and they're going to get up there and say that, and we'll kind of give another opinion up here, and the advisory committee will give an opinion also. So there's no right or wrong thing here, but I think I agree with Marty and John, and Rick, I don't think we're in that much of, I think we do have to look at all the things you're bringing up, but I think it's good for us to look at a perspective and say, well, what's the best use of this land for the town, and is there some way to cultivate, a mixture of things. So, but it is a little strange, because she is selling it to us at a market price, which is.
What's the timing on this? I mean, could we go back to her and say, hey, look, do you mind if we were to put a field up here for 3 acres?
She was here, we actually asked.
Oh, you did ask her that?
But we didn't really get a...
She was sitting in the audience, but
Okay.
Frank Snow was doing the presentation for the
Okay.
CPC, and he said the answer is no. Roger Damon owned this land for a
Yeah.
long
Yeah, I
time.
know
He's
the
passed
property.
away,
Yeah.
and it's his son Billy and his daughter
Okay.
Deborah. So
Yep, okay.
the answer was no.
So the answer would be no.
was, this is what their intention is, to sell it as open space.
But,
Okay? Not ball fields. I mean, John
not,
asked Frank.
I understand, but I missed that meeting, I didn't pick that up on the video.
Oh, all right.
Were they under the impression that it'd be 40 acres of ball fields, or was it discussed as a context of, 4 acres off in a nook?
No, it was explained pretty well.
Okay.
I think
Fine.
But I think it came at them, it wasn't expected conversation. It was kind of like,
I think it
boom,
was-
and they're like, no, we've worked so hard on this, and maybe that's the way they feel, I don't know, but I don't think the conversation's ever really pursued too much.
Do we have any timing latitude that we could just say, hey, let's go back to them and say, hey, we're looking at
Well, we
4
could change
acres
the
off
motion
somewhere?
on the floor if they were interested in it. Again, we don't decide,
Yeah.
so.
Well, again, it's March 11th, town meeting's April 14th. Our charter just requires this unbelievable lead time to get the warrant done. So, I mean, there's a realm of possibilities perhaps with conversations with CPC or the applicant. It would definitely have to be an amended applicant that the CPC would need to revisit, if all parties were amenable.
And just purely in theory, in terms of process, if they were by some means able to do that in 2 weeks and come back and represent this to us, and they could tell us in 2 weeks, no fields, and so we would vote accordingly, or they would say, yeah, we're fine with 4 acres being chiseled out for fields. I mean,
But
if
we
they
have
were
to
to come
vote
back
this
with that, if they were to come back to that with us in 2 weeks, would
You're
that be
voting to
allowed?
place the warrant article on the warrant.
We're not
So the
necessarily supporting
motion,
it.
the motion, yeah.
Right.
So we
But-
could just vote to place it on the warrant
You
tonight. We
can
don't have
delay
to-
your support. I mean,
Or not to support.
Yeah, you see what I mean? I'm just trying to find some time, because, like earlier, just to get that additional information, that we can then vote.
We had the discussion here, and the discussion, again, last
Yeah, yeah,
night at
no.
Community Preservation. I'm just, just giving you my opinion.
So they
where I
talked
see it.
about it last night at CDC?
Yes,
About the fields,
yes, John.
with a small
John was
portion
there,
of it?
Chris
Okay.
Roberts was there.
Yeah, okay.
All right, for recreation.
Okay.
I see it as, it's high and dry, and it's flat. The access to it, I don't see is that great. The location is not great, okay?
But we're not talking about a complex. It could be a playground. It could be one ball, like Greenbush.
Well, no, last
You know?
night they were talking about a complex.
Yeah, well,
okay?
I'm not talking about a complex. I'm talking about a soccer field, a lot of communities, Duxbury has one tucked off over here, Cohasset has a baseball field tucked off here. There's absolutely nothing up in that area. I mean, I don't know.
See, Sean, that's the point I'm making, is that, Rec was presenting a complex. Tony and I think John are talking about
Chris
something
mentioned it
tucked away.
last night, they mentioned Kingston, they mentioned other towns that have multiple fields in one location, and the topic came up that we have all these pocket parks all over the place. So it would be nice to have them together, a big group of them together like that. But again, recreation, I don't want to speak for rec, but they'd probably take anything.
Sure.
Right now, It takes 1.43 acres for a lacrosse field, we were told last night. Am I right? Correct.
1.4?
3, to be exact.
37 acres up there?
Yes.
For a lacrosse field.
Well, I guess we should put it on the warrant, and then we can either vote now to support or not support it, and then we can discuss it with them over the next month.
So I'll move to place Article 13, number 4, about the Damon Memorial Preserve, Article 13, item 5, about the Damon Memorial Preserve, to put that on the warrant.
I have a motion to place it
Now,
on.
is that optional? I mean, not that I would suggest that we don't do it, but...
No, it's a petition. Oh, no, it is CPC, it's not a petition.
We researched that, and it's not optional for you.
We have to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought I was just told to do that. I was just trying to help.
Well, it's on there.
I thought you just said I could do that.
What?
Rick didn't have to make the
Question whether
motion
we
to
vote
place
on
it
it.
on the
We don't
warrant.
have to
It
tonight.
just, it's going on the warrant
No,
regardless.
no. I'm sorry. The board has to vote every single warrant article, but the question was, can you change what capital planning recommended? Can you change what CPC recommended? You can't, because what they recommend must go on the warrant. You, as an administrative duty, must vote to put every article on the warrant, because it's your warrant.
So
It's
that's
just
what I
not
just did.
all the articles are yours.
That's what I just did.
Yeah.
And then vote to support it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vote to support it later,
Yeah.
or not to support it
I have
later.
a
So I just
motion.
made the motion to put it on the warrant.
Do I have a second to put that on the warrant?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next?
Still want to postpone voting to support or not support?
Yes. Yes. Article, number 6, the Bailey Ellis.
Vote to put Article 6,
Article 13, number 6.
number 6 on the, actually, we're going to have discussion on this too, right? This is the
All right.
Bailey House?
Yes.
It is.
Oh, that's the basement, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, then I'll start. I guess it's $79,000. Basically, what they're trying to do is to divert groundwater and storm runoff off the roof away from the basement. Okay, so what they want to do is install, make roof improvements, gutters, downspouts, probably channel them off to dry wells, but certainly away from the west side of the house. Okay, and any runoff, they might install a perforated pipe in a trench. And the idea is, it's a poured floor. I think it's a field stone foundation, I'm not sure, just to keep the building drier. That's their intent here.
I guess the only question I had as I was looking at it, over half of the money is going to improve the basement, and it was a basement that they said they weren't going to use. So I didn't know, they've got these humidifiers, I think, there's a bunch of stuff going into that basement that is just storage, and it's an old house, and if we're doing all the stuff to the outside, I'm wondering if that is going to resolve the problem, or do we want to put $50,000 or $40,000 into upgrading a basement?
Well, it's never going to be, it's storage, the mechanical components are there. And if there's always the threat of sills and floor joists and everything to rot. I'm just throwing this out there. I
No,
know
but that's
a little
not
bit
part
about
of
it.
that's not part of the reparations.
No,
yeah.
but by fixing this is gonna, hopefully will prevent sills from rotting and so on.
Moisture.
Okay, and moisture, mold, I don't know. Am I right? You heard it, right, Mara and Tricia? I don't know. I think that's what I heard.
It's funny, because I was talking to Tony earlier, and I knew about the roof and the downspouts, and I actually said they should have an interceptor trench with a perforated pipe to kind of get it around the building, but to spend $50,000 in the basement, would that solve the situation? And then setting a dehumidifier in the basement might actually remedy their situation, but to spend 50, I was thinking, do they need to?
Done
At
right,
this
they
point.
might not need any dehumidifiers. Done right. So, I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but a little experience with that stuff, that's all. So, again, what do you want to do here? Do you want to?
I don't know. I mean, we got the document, right? Remember, she came up and handed us the document. We're looking at it while we're talking about it. I don't know. You guys can vote on it if you want, or we can hold off.
It's entirely up to you. I'm open to a motion, either to place it on the warrant, to support it, not to support it. I'll entertain a motion. It's now after 11.
Let's just hold off and think about it a little further.
So you have to,
Let's put it on the
You're
warrant.
going to put it on the
Put it on the
warrant?
warrant, fair enough.
Okay, if John made that motion, Rick seconded it.
Second.
Move to put it on the warrant.
And all those in favor to place it on the warrant?
Aye.
Okay.
point of order, number 7 is changed to $23,000. The CPC revoted that amount last night.
3,000 even?
Yes.
Okay. That's relocating the Mawson shed from
Yes.
Young's Boatyard down to
Museum.
the
James Museum.
Yep, the Mawson Museum.
I'll move that one. I'll move Article 13, number 7 to support.
Second.
I have motion, I have seconds all over the place, and everyone in favor is aye, right?
Aye.
No one's opposed.
Aye.
Should have been an auctioneer. All right, the next one is the Scituate Skate Park.
Move Article 13, number 8, for the recreational use renovation of Scituate Skate Park.
Second.
Place on the warrant.
I have a motion.
To place on the warrant and support, or to place on
And
the
to
warrant?
support.
And support.
I have a motion to place and support on the warrant for the skate park.
Second.
Motion is second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Then the last one is the creation of a trail on Tilden Road from Beaver Dam Road to, Beaver Dam Road to Turner Road.
I'll
$375,000.
move to place it on and to support.
And I
Number
have a-
13, number
9.
9.
Okay, I have a motion and
Second.
second by Marty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Okay.
All right,
The only thing
move,
I think they're off on is the money on that one, but they've still got some plans to come back.
Well, that'll be in the motion on the floor.
Right.
I'll move Article 14, Community Preservation Act reconciliations,
Second.
141,000.
$141,626.98.
Great. I have a motion, a second by Rick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
I'll move Article 15, Mass General Laws, Chapter 91, liability.
I'll second that.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Article 16.
I'll move Article 16, Town Pier Rehabilitation Project, which is to transfer some money from retained earnings in the enterprise fund to continue and finish off the Town Pier renovation project.
Second.
Motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll move Article 17, the granting of the easement of Glades Roads that we spoke about earlier this evening.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
Okay, now for Walnut Tree Hill, as Tricia mentioned, we can put this on the warrant without supporting, but with one minor change to the article there.
Yes, there's a semicolon in the third line after municipal services.
It says and, it should say and/or.
It's a and/or instead of just and.
Should I read the whole thing, or are we good with that?
It's up to your pleasure.
To see if the town will vote to accept as a public way Walnut Tree Hill as laid out by the Board of Selectmen as a public way and authorize the Selectmen to accept or take by eminent domain easements for such public way and any appurtenant drainage or municipal services and/or to sum of money and impose betterments for the improvement thereof, or take any other action relative thereto.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
So I'm going to add all the names of the streets to this. Right now, it just says Walnut Tree, but all those individual names are going to go on this.
Thank you.
Article 19 is the first of, from the planning board articles.
I'll move Article 19, zoning amendment to extend and modify the village business overlay district.
Motion, a second.
Aye.
Before I ask for a vote, you guys thought it was kind of a joke, but I just want to say one quick thing. I know it's 10 after 11, but we heard from the EDC tonight, right? And I asked him what the biggest challenge was in North Scituate, and he said sewer. And my thoughts are, okay, this is wonderful, okay? We saw the artist renderings of that, this article last fall, okay? And it's going to have mixed use, and it's perfect. We all know that all of those businesses and residential units will be tied into the town sewer. Well, Scituate still doesn't have town sewer.
Yep, you're absolutely right. No, earlier on, I was smiling because you were being very effective in making your point.
Oh, all right, I thought you thought I was being funny, but
No,
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 I
you were
just...
very
I just,
effective in making
you know,
a very important point
you
that
know.
those people have been up there, and that's a extant village district that we can do better with by hooking up
like
to
I said to the
sewer.
advisory committee, don't get me wrong, I think it's great, you know, it's gonna, you know, John and I had property in Greenbush, and it's only gonna help, but just
I
throw
agree.
that out there. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm gonna be opposed to that.
Well, they don't, this isn't giving them sewer. This is just changing the district.
I know that.
But I know you're saying it's gonna,
You know,
it's gonna happen, or it could happen, but
I just, and I'm not gonna, certainly, I lose sleep over it or anything like that, but I just kind of the way I feel, you know
yeah, well,
what
I
mean?
think we've had DPW now looking into the next phases of where the sewer should go. So we'll be getting that back shortly. And, you know, I think we all agree that North Situate's been in line for a long time.
We have the line down the railroad tracks. All right,
Plug it
okay.
in.
I'll move Article 20, zoning article dealing with registered marijuana dispensaries.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Article 21.
I'll move Article 21, the zoning amendment to the changes to the Water Resource Protection District.
I'll second that.
I have a motion, and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I think that takes care of the planning board articles, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, if you're there, go right ahead, Rick.
I'd actually prefer not.
Okay.
Just so people know, the articles go on the warrant in a certain order. Right. So the financial ones have to go first, I don't know what the thing is, but the public ones go at the end. That's the only reason why they're
By
there.
charter.
It's by charter, so.
All right, I'm going to move this article, and I'm going to read it. Seawall Funding Citizens Article by petition to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow or transfer from available funds in the treasurer the sum of $1 million for the purpose of repairing, reconstructing, or maintaining existing foreshore protection structures in the town of Scituate.
I just asked a question before I asked for a second. Marty, are you moving it to put it on the warrant?
To put it on the warrant.
Okay, all right. I have a motion and a second?
I'll second it, because it has to go on the warrant.
Right. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And opposed?
For putting it on the warrant?
Yes.
Aye, absolutely.
Okay,
So now, to support or not to support?
okay. Okay, want to have that discussion now? I don't think we need to have any more.
Yeah.
We know
It's up to
all
you.
about it.
You're the chairman.
Yeah, well, I'll entertain a motion to support, not to support, or if you want to discuss it. Here we are. Ask away.
Well, I think we all agree that seawalls are an issue, but I don't think this is the way to get them fixed. There's not $1 million to throw at it right now from whatever sources they're talking about, so I can't support this as the way it's written. I think we've got to have to get a comprehensive plan together, as we discussed earlier tonight, and I can't support this article the way it's written. We're putting $500,000 into it through the capital plan, and I don't see another $1 million anywhere that you can just throw into this plan. So I would support the effort that we talked about earlier tonight in getting a plan together and research other sourcing mechanisms, but I don't think I can support this.
Okay, any other, Rick?
What he said.
Anyone else?
I might as well chime in. I can't support it. I wish I could take the $800,000 that CPC is throwing at the Damon property and at least put it towards the seawalls, but we can't. I know I mentioned this last week when Dave was here, because this is on top of the $500,000 the town is looking towards foreshore protection. That kind of troubles me, because I think the problem we're looking at as a town is we have $52 or $55 million on seawalls. The issue with the seawalls are, and we've talked about it earlier, but I'll say it quickly, is half of, I'm not sure what the number is, but they're public, which I think is the walls that we have to address. The private's a separate issue that we're going to have to address another way. If they're public walls, then we have to come up with an ongoing plan, which is probably going to be either the betterments or some form of debt exclusion override. And I think the idea behind it is we need to find a public wall, not find it, I know we have them, identify the public walls that we need to start replacing, and start getting the engineering and doing it, and then going to the people and saying, this is what we need to do. I just can't support taking an additional $1 million out of either whether it's the capital or the operating budget, and for that reason, I'm not going to support this. But I do think, the $500,000, while it may be allocated for foreshore protection, I really think, we can look at the FEMA when it comes back, and if it's $8 million and they're going to reimburse $6 million, $2 million is going to go to the foreshore protection. That's riprap, rocks, that's supporting the cliffs. But the reality is we're not touching the seawalls. And so that's the thing that I think we need to address going forward. But that being said, I can't support the article as it's presently written for the reasons Tony, Rick said, but also that I've mentioned.
And I think Tricia had a good idea to get some questions on there and see what the town has an appetite for. And I think that you're going to have to do an override. I think we're going to have to put an override before the town that seriously attacks this problem, if that's what people want. Because it can't be funded this way through the general fund. It's just not there.
Or a couple options.
Well, like was said earlier,
Yeah.
we keep coming back for more and more, and it becomes a problem. We need to be able to get a plan in place and just start doing something about it.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
And I know that, unfortunately, it does say $1 million. I know they're looking for a total of $1 million, which there's already $500,000 there, but obviously the concern is that none of that is going to touch a seawall, so that's the biggest issue we're facing.
Well, let me clarify that. There's $163,000 going into capital stabilization. There's already $200,000 in there that's unearmarked, so that's FEMA money. So there's no reason it would be incorrect to infer that this money is not going to seawalls.
Specifically, though, seawalls, not necessarily foreshore
Well,
protection.
no decision's been made on what's going to happen.
Right. Good. That's the clarification the
Yeah.
public needs to hear.
Okay.
And there may be more. Like she said, you may take the 500 plus the 160, and if the project's 600 grand and do it.
I mean, our intent is really to look where the FEMA money's going to come and take our money that we've appropriated to make that go as far as possible. We would want to look at that as well, too.
So I'll make a motion not to support Article 22.
I have a motion, do I have a second not to support?
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Tony, all those in favor not to support, but it is going on the warrant.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
Opposed.
Fair enough. That's good.
No, I want to make sure, so
He knows.
He knows.
All right.
So should we move to adjourn?
No, we got one
Gotta
more.
do one.
Just check to make sure you folks are awake.
Jack
Just
was coming
testing.
after you.
Just testing.
He got me, too.
I gotcha. There you go, it's 11:20.
All right, before we go on to the last
Can
one.
I just have a point of clarification
Mark.
on what you just voted on? Because I thought I heard that you voted not to put it on the warrant.
No, we voted to put it on the warrant because we have
To
to,
support
but
it.
not to support it.
Petition articles have to go on
I
the
know,
warrant. Yeah,
that's why.
yeah.
And it was 4-1.
All right, Article
Move
20.
Article
4-1 not to support it. He
23.
did it backwards, but
Move Article 23, the feasibility study, senior center by petition.
Second.
I have a motion, and a second.
That's right, it isn't. It is a needs assessment. That needs to be corrected. I will, let me,
yeah,
Well, it says
reword
it
it.
in the,
I'll say it's...
We have to put exactly what the petition said on the
it does.
warrant.
Okay.
So
right.
that is what it said exactly on the warrant.
Okay, so we're going to put exactly as it's written, and this is what it is. Article 23, feasibility study, senior center by petition, a petition for transfer of funds for senior center needs assessment, and so on and so forth.
That's just the title thing, Joey, and it's not the article itself. That'll change. Okay?
Okay?
So I'm moving that.
Okay,
Second.
I have a motion, and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
should we discuss it for all? I mean, they've
Oh,
sat
all
here
right,
for
guys.
4 hours.
Do you have any questions?
Were you here last week? Yeah. All right, it's almost 11:30.
Go home and look at the person that you just voted is out of luck.
Sign some stuff too.
Better you than us, Joe.
All right, is that, I think that takes care of everything, doesn't it?
Move to adjourn after signing of documents?
I've signed a bunch of stuff already.
Folks, thank you for coming.
All right, yeah, other business, okay.
Move to adjourn after signing?
Yes, yeah, no other business tonight.
I saw your face,
It's late
you're like,
enough. Okay, I have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
I'm so
Aye.
Second, all
sorry,
in favor? Aye.
Mr. Thing.
Good night,
I was at
folks.
a